try to put together those questions already para yung mga nangyayaring problema sa mga churches ninyo, kung ano yung mga problema nyo doon, and let's see if we can answer, pabigyan natin ng solusyon yung mga questions nyo. Okay? Anyway, yung presentation ko for today is basically essentials of church sound. Bawasan nga natin yung high frequency. Masyadong masibilant. Essentials of church sound. Ito, I actually got yung lecture based on a lot of the questions that are being asked. Ang mga churches kasi, now, we found out that maski na we do some basic training sa high frequency, mga 10K. Hello, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ayan, nabawasan na. Ilang dB? Hello? Ha? 7 dB? No? Masyado mataas naman nata. Siguro mga 2, 3 dB lang. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, para wala lang yung sagit-sit. Sagit-sit. 1, 2, 1, 2. Ayan, pwede na siguro yan. Yung ginagawa ko, basically, alam nyo ba kung bakit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? At saka hey? Alam nyo kung bakit? Hindi nyo alam. May rason yun kung bakit yun ang ginagamit ng mga technicians. Ang 1 is wah. Pag lumabas yung hangin at nadinig, na-disturb yung tunog, that means mali ang setting. So 1. Dinig nyo ba yung wah? May hangin ba na lumabas? Tapos yung T is your, consonants. It's T. Hindi naman T. Hindi naman 2. Kaya huwag niyong sabihin 1, 2, 3. Hindi. Dapat 1, 2. Kasi yung T, doon mo malalaman kung ang sound system tama. 2. 1, 2. Yung 3 is your TH. 3. Kita nyo yung the 3. Maliwanag ba? So 1, 2, 3. At saka may putok ba yung yung the? 1, 2, 3. May putok ba yung the? Kung may putok yon, something's wrong. Nasa mga mga somewhere around siguro mga 500 hertz yung putok na yon. Tapos yung 4 is your F. Yun ang rason kung bakit 1, 2, 3, 4 ang ginagamit ng mga technicians. Eh yung hey is hey. Yun ang hangin. Tinig nyo yun? Hey. Kaya hindi hey. Hindi ganun pag-test ng sistema. It should be hey. Hey. Pag lumabas yung hangin na yon, something's wrong. Dapat magbawas ng konti on that frequency hanggat mawala yon. Kung konti may alam niyan, yung mga nagsa-sound system dito sa Pilipinas, hindi nila alam. Hey na sila ng hey na sila ng hey, hindi nila alam kung bakit ginagamit ng hey. Because that's STI. That's your speech intelligibility test na ginagamit. Ginagamit namin yan sa acoustics. So, yun. So, yung mga malilate, hindi na nila maririnig yung lesson na yun. Kayo lang. No? But that's really what it is. And what is important really is that yung speech, yung intelligibility. Like for example, ngayon nagsasalita ako, yung boses ko ba nakakainis? Or relaxed? Naiintindihan ba ninyo lahat ng syllabication? Yung mga shon, mga ganon, nakakainis ba? Hindi naman. So those are the things that you have to watch out as sound people. Intelligibility. Madaya nga because lahat ng tests na ginagamit for audio is actually foreign. It's actually English, West. Sa East kasi, like tayo, wala naman tayong Like, we don't say For example, meron lang tayo ng F pero normally hindi natin ginagamit kasi Pilipino. Pero pag sabi natin Pilipino ako Pero in reality, ang spelling nun F, Filipino. Pero we don't use that. Kasi wala tayong masyadong F sa Tagalog. At saka we don't say Tagalog. Di ba? See, yun yung yung to. Ta. You don't say Tagalog. Hindi. Di ba? Tagalog. Di ba? So, ang sinasabi ko lang is that yung test na ginagamit ng mga Westerners, although applicable to a certain extent dito sa atin kasi English naman tayo, English-Tagalog ginagamit natin. More often than not, hindi siya masyadong applicable. Mga sa Japanese ganun din. Kaya yung sa mga microphones ng Japanese, wala silang bump. Ang Shure microphones kasi, ang SM57 or 58, may bump yan sa taas. Mamaya, i-explain ko. Yung microphone, kung ito yung drawing na nga natin. The other thing is, kung hindi nyo naintindihan kung ano yung pinag-uusapan ko, kasi baka masyadong technical, just raise your hand. No? Para I can tone it down and I can go on with a more layman explanation of how things are supposed to be. Minsan kasi, I get carried away and when I explain things, pag nagsulat na ako ng formula, malilito na tayo. Tapos nag-compute na ako, math, mahirapan na tayo. Okay. Normally kasi, you would have your X and Y axis for the microphone, no? Ang sistema nito is you would have, let's say, your frequency is here, frequency, and your volume or loudness or SPL, kunwari. Okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Tapos ito would be, let's say, 60, 120, 250, 500, 1K, 2K, 4K. More often than not, these are the frequencies that are used. No? Lahat ba kayo nagmi-mix? Hindi. Or banda? Hindi rin? Hindi kayo banda? Banda. Okay, so praise and worship team. Alright. Sinong nagmi-mix sa inyo? Kayo nagmi-mix. Okay. Kayo rin nagmi-mix. Okay. So, anyway, nakikita nyo, maliwanag, naman. What is important, ito preliminary na lang naman ito para at least maaliw kayo at hindi kayo mabubore, no? So, kwentuhan ko na lang kayo. Basically, itong mga frequencies na to, na sinasabi ko, are very important. This is full scale, or not full scale, but it's full octave frequencies. So, yung frequencies, normally, ang ginagamit ngayon, ang accepted, is supposed to be from 60 to about 8K. So, dagdagan natin, 8K. Yan ang accepted, no? Na frequency range. Now, why am I saying this? Because ito, yung ating frequency in terms of our hearing. This is our communication frequency. Ang bawasan nga natin yung volume. Konti lang. 1, 2, 1, 2, kasi parang masyadong malakas. 1, 2, 1, 2, yan. Okay. Ang sinasabi ko is that itong mga frequencies na to, this is full octave. No? This is full octave. Full octave measurements. Okay. Merong 1/3 octave. I don't know if narinig na ninyo yan. Tapos mayroong 1/6 octave, etc., etc. What's happening? when you have, your full octave is this, no? If, ang sistema niyan is that you have to look into the frequency. Palagay natin, 120 times 2 nun is 240. Pero since 240 is alanganin, ginawa nilang 250. Actually, dapat it should be 125. Okay? And then 250 times 2 is 500. 500 times 2 is 1. 1K times 2 is 2,000. 2,000 times 2 is 4. 4 times 2 is 8. Kuha nyo? See, this is our octave frequency. This is how you measure our hearing. Okay? Now, why is this important? Well, the reason behind that is because when you talk with, if you're a singer, or if you're a performer, kasama kayo sa praise and worship team, tapos kausap niyo yung technician, no, na nag-a-adjust ng mga boses niyo. Like, for example, when I just communicated with si kaibigan natin. Sabi ko ganyan, bawasan natin yung high frequency ko. Pwede mo bang bawasan ng konti? So tinanong ko, ilan yung ibinawas mo? Sabi niya, 7. So 7 dB. Nalilito na ba kayo? This is very basic. No? 7 dB is too much. Normally, sa ganyan, sa equalization, normally, you work on 3 dB, 2 dB, ganun lang. Kasi ganito yan eh. The human ear cannot hear or cannot discern 1 dB difference. Yung 1 dB na lesson, kunwari sa equalization o sa volume, hindi mo malalaman na nagbawas na siya unless masyadong matalas yung tenga mo. 2 dB pwede na. 3 dB, yes. Because 3 dB is double the sound. Ang dBs kasi, this is a little bit, medyo, hindi naman, it's still elementary. Ang dB kasi, ang addition ng dB is not 1 plus 1 is 2. 100 dB, kukwentuhan ko lang muna kayo habang hinihintay natin yung iba before we really start the actuals. Pero lesson na ito. 100 dB plus 100 dB, if you have a look at it, it's supposed to be what? 200, right? It's kung linear ang addition. Correct? But then, the problem is that our hearing is not using a linear system of addition. Ang ginagamit ng ating tenga o ang paggamit ng tenga natin is what is called logarithmic. So 100 plus, palagay natin 100 dB. Yung isang speaker, 100 dB yan, lumalabas. Yung isang speaker doon, 100 dB also. So akala nyo, pag inaad mo yung pareho, 200 dB. No. This is 103 dB. Do you get it? Because logarithmic eh. Ang progression yan eh. Well, one thing is that if you really want to go into sound, into acoustics, into what we are doing right now and talking about right now, you have to understand math. Hindi kayo pwedeng makaligtas doon. Because whether you like it or not, sound is part of physics. And physics is a science. Sound is science also, no? And physics uses a lot of math. Now, like I said, why am I saying that this is very important? Well, the reason behind that is because itong octave band na tinatawag is the way we hear things. Ang difference lang is that yung measurement. Kasi tayo, we don't hear bass. Alam niyo ba yon? Hindi natin narinig yung baho. In reality. Kasi ang ating hearing mechanism is ganun. Ang flat response is ganun. So, ang nadidinig lang natin, nandito. Na a little bit of this. Ito, ganun pa to. Pero yung lower frequencies, hindi natin naririnig. That's the reason why meron yung dalawang cabinet sa ganyan na tinatawag na subwoofers. Kasi, ang ano niyan, ang crossover point niyan is normally about 100 hertz o 80 or 90, which we as human beings cannot hear totally. Hindi gaya ng mid-frequency dito. Because ang ginawa ni Lord is that ang ginawa sa atin, maiintindihan natin yung speech ng ating kausap. Ang speech frequency ng tao is concentrated here. Wala rito. You get it? So, one of the things we always say is that you should never put the voice in a sub. Because when you put voice on in the sub, pag inimix nyo yung boses sa subwoofers, wala lalabas. Ingay ang lalabas niyan. Because ang voice ng tao, ang voice ng lalaki is only up to 150 hertz, which is somewhere around here. 150. Ang babae is somewhere around 250, 200 to 250 here, somewhere around here. Yung sub nandito eh. So why put your voice in the sub? Wala namang information. What's going to happen if you do that is that you are going to enhance the noise. Kaya ang tunog ng simbahan, Madi, ang tunog ng music and everything else, well, music is a different information kasi normally may bass yan. Pero yung boses normally does not go into the sub. So one of the first things that you should always remember, never mix the voice into subwoofers. Kasi walang information. Okay? Especially yung mga nagtitech dito, importante yun. That's actually the reason why you have crossover points or you have, let's say, naka-divide yung networks natin, no? Tri-amp, bi-amp, or whatever. In this case, it's more like, that one in itself already has its own crossover. Tapos kinu-crossover pa nila ito. So more or less, it's within tri-amp, no? Well, not really tri-amp. Bali the bi-amp lang kasi isang amp lang naman yan eh. But what I'm just trying to say is that yung information, kung yung information tama ang inilalabas nyo, inilalagay nyo sa tamang medium, no, malinis ang tunog. And that's basically what we are going to talk about today. So, again, going back, why is it very important for us to understand this? Kasi nga, dyan yung ating communication frequency. So yung measurement is based on that. So pag sinabi ko, Chief, yung technician, kunwari, babaan nga natin ng 3 dB sa 8K. Alam na niya kasi yung 8K andito. So sa equalization, titignan niya dun sa kanyang graph. Ngayon, mas madali. Nung araw kami, wala kami mga ganun eh. Kasi kami, nung araw, ang ginagamit namin hindi mata. Ginagamit namin puro tenga. So pag 8K, alam na namin kung saan huhugutin. No? But what I'm just trying to say is that when you communicate with the tech and if you understand each other, ang sistema nun is that pag sinabi mong 8K, pipihit siya dun sa 8 kHz at pag sinabi mong 3 dB, babawa siya ng 3 dB dun. So nagkakaintindihan, di ba? That's actually the reason why we have all these things that we have to learn. Para magkaintindihan. Kasi kung hindi, magulo eh. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na, I know, I've seen singers, no? I've heard them. And yung iba nga sasabihin, parang kulang yata ng hangin. Hangin, ano yun? Or kailangan natin ng konting sparkle. Ano yun? Di ba? Kulang ng bato. Mga ganun. Kulang ng dibdib. More or less, maintindihan mo na kung dibdib, sabihin nun, dapat yung, di ba? Pero anong frequency yun? Yung dibdib kasi malaking frequency range yun eh. So ang sistema nun, hahanapin mo ngayon kung ano yung dibdib na gusto niya. Pag sinabi niya, yeah, okay na yan, okay, tinatamaan na ako sa dibdib ko, okay. Di ba? Yun ang But see, the point is, unlike when you really talk with the technician or with anybody else, na eksakto yung sinasabi mo. 8K, 3K, ganun, masyadong masakit sa tenga, 1K, nag-feedback, bawasan natin ng mga 2 dB. Di ba? Mas eksakto. Kaysa yung, ano yung feedback? I mean, there are some, I know some engineers, ako hindi ko kabisado eh. I know some technicians or engineers who actually, pag narinig lang nila yung tone, 1K. Eksakto. Mayroon kaming grupo, Audio Engineering Society. Wala na pala dyan. Audio Engineering Society, we have a section here in the Philippines. It's an international organization of audio engineers. May section dito sa Philippines. There are some sections in Malaysia, Singapore, sa Hong Kong, mayroon din. I'm not sure about China. Japan, there's AES, Japan, Australia, it's all over the world. If you're a member of AES, yung real member, kasi meron kaming AES page eh, AES PH Philippines, no? Ang you can actually become a member, pero hanggang Facebook ka lang. But to become an actual member of the organization and you pay your dues, kasi you don't pay the Philippine section, you pay directly to New York. Ang bayad credit card normally. For the Philippines, I think we pay something like, binabaan nila parang $65 a year. But then, there's a lot of advantages, primarily because ang daming impormasyon ka makukuha. If you just go into the site, you can download a lot of things if you want to learn more about audio engineering. No? Kung gusto mo malaman bakit inimbento yung ganito, paano yung ganyan, you can actually download a lot of things. And then you can network. If you're a member of AES, Philippine section, AES, but your section is Philippines, you go abroad, and you tell them you're from AES, you're more than welcome by the AES members all over. Kasi it's an international organization. No? But what I'm just trying to say is that yung grupong yun, yung AES Philippines, is that actually you're welcome to go into our page. And kasi sometimes, or more often than not, nagpo-post kami ng mga news about mixing, about ganito, mga problems and everything else. And kung may mga problema rin kayo about, like for example, problema nyo kunwari sa sound system nyo sa simbahan and everything else, what happens is that a lot of the members would normally answer. They would answer. And everybody's there from Mindanao to Apari. And lahat yan sumasagot. So makikita nyo talaga yung solusyon ng problema nyo. But anyway, so ang sinasabi ko lang is that if you are really into this, well, it's not a business kasi you don't get rich in audio. Pinag-uusapan lang namin. I was talking with a guy from Malaysia yesterday. We had a meeting because they're bringing in some software here in the Philippines. And a friend of mine who's actually a dealer of some equipment, no? Sabi ko sa kanya, kasi ako, I don't do that selling anymore. I've done that for quite a long time, nung araw. I'm just concentrating on design now. So sabi ko sa kanya, mayroon akong kaibigan na pwedeng humawak nito and everything else. And pinag-uusapan nga namin yung audio. No? Ang palagi na lang sinasabi, maski na yung tiga Malaysia nga, sabi niya ganun, audio is a passion, is passion. Kung passionate ka dun sa audio, no, gusto mong matuto a little bit more, and you want to explore a little bit more, and you want to learn a little bit more. But for you to get rich in audio, no way. It doesn't happen. The owner of Audiophile, aywan kung alam niyo yung Audiophile components, stores, hindi ko alam. Meron yata siya nung araw, meron siya dyan sa Angeles. But most of the stores that they have are actually in Manila. No? Sa MOA, sa mga main malls, may mga may mga stores, no? Sabi nga niya, alam mo Mike, kasi kasama ko yun sa banda eh. Sabi niya ganoon sa akin, keyboard player namin yun eh. Kaya kung gusto namin ng instrumento, punta lang kami sa tindahan, hahatak lang sa amplifier, brand new, use it, babalik namin bibenta. Yun ang advantage ng knowing a lot of people in the industry. But what I'm just trying to say is this. Sabi nga niya sa akin, alam mo Mike, sabi niya ganun, hindi naman ako nakapagpatayo ng building because of Audiophile eh. Sabi niya ganun. Passion lang talaga yung audio eh. Sabi niya ganun. Alam mo saan ko nakikita yan? Sabi niya ganun, sa real estate. Sabi ko, mali pala yung business natin. So what I'm just trying to say, it's really passion. So if you are thinking that you want to go into audio and you want to become a millionaire by doing so, it doesn't happen that way. Ang kagandahan lang kasi ng audio is that especially when you're talking with people who are also passionate about audio, you can talk about audio for years. Yung isang upuan, kami ganun eh. Pag nagkikita-kita kami, yung grupo, we normally have, tinatawag namin kapihan. No? Thursday yan. Pero scheduled, we meet sa gateway. So, anybody can actually just sit in and kwento. And then they bring their own problems and everything else, and everything else. We started about 6, sometimes we ended about 11, 12 o'clock ng gabi. Kasi it becomes very interesting. And if you're very passionate about it, masaya eh. Masayang ano. And you learn. Kasi ang audio is not something, although nowadays there are some colleges already that, well, here in the Philippines parang kulang pa. But abroad, may mga schools talaga that really teach audio. No? Dito sa Pilipinas, there are only, the only one that more or less has a course that pwede na, pero it does not necessarily mean pag natapos ka ron, expert ka na. No. Ang Lasal, Binil, they have a music production course and some sound design course and everything else on audio. iAcademy also starting to have one. Aside from that, wala na eh. There's no place here in the Philippines where you can actually learn acoustics, for example. Wala. Wala eh. Well, actually, the reason behind that also is because acoustics is a very, you might say, specialized course. Na unless you understand what's supposed to be happening, hindi mo masyado maintindihan. I've talked, kami, ang mga kinukonsult na, ang mga binibigyan naming consultation are actually architects, builders, mga ganon. Yesterday, I had a meeting over Zoom. Sabi nung designer, "Sir," sabi niya ganon, "paano to? Ang generator namin, 3 na 3 megawatt, nasa mezzanine floor. Pagkatapos, ito yung condition and everything else." Sabi ko, "Dinesign ba ninyo yung kwarto muna bago nyo binili yung generator?" Sabi nila, "Oho." So, wala kayong makuhang generator na mas maliit para magkasya dun sa Wala ho eh. See, that's a problem. In other words, parang nauna yung karwahe kaysa yung kabayo. Diba? It should be the other way around kasi may mga specifications yan eh. Like, for example, ngayon nagpuproblema sila, saan nila idadaan? Nasa second floor, saan nila dadaan yung generator? 3 megawatts, alam nyo gaano kalaki yun? Siguro mula ron hanggang dito. Ang isa, 3 yun. Saan mo dadaan? Eh may mga beams. So yun ang pinoproblema nila. So, magbabasag sila ng isang wall para ipasok. Paano na maitataas? I-crane nila. Tapos babasagin yung side wall, party wall, tapos papasok. That's the only way. Mali. Sayang. Di ba? So, what I'm just trying to say is that in the field of acoustics, for example, or in the field of sound, for that matter, audio. The other thing is this. I'd like to make some sort of a distinction. There's a big difference between audio and sound. Okay? Audio becomes audio when it's amplified. Nakuha nyo? Ang audio, nagiging audio pag dumaan na ng sirkito. Pag dumaan na ng electronics, it becomes audio. But sound, by itself, is what sound is. Yung sound, pag dumaan ng sirkito, nagiging audio. Tapos, paglabas dun sa speaker, nagiging sound again. Kasi outside na eh, hindi na. But of course, the other difference is that dumaan na dun na sa sirkito. So it's still, in reality, it's sound, but it's amplified sound. Ganun na. Do you get it? So yung difference ng sound at saka audio. So palagay natin, yung sound system or sound reinforcement system That means, ang nire-reinforce is yung sound, hindi yung audio. Have you heard of audio reinforcement system? Wala, di ba? It's sound reinforcement. Now, why sound reinforcement? Again, because you are reinforcing sound. It's basically the same thing as when I'm talking, right now. Nadidinig niyo ba ako? Hindi niyo ako naririnig? Pero mahina. Okay, because my voice is only siguro mga 70 dB. Yung layong ganito, hindi na ninyo maririnig because each doubling of distance is minus 6 dB, minus 6 dB, minus 6 dB. Naririnig nyo? Minus 6 dB, minus 6 dB. Naiintindihan yung 6 dB? Na naiintindihan nyo, naririnig nyo, sinasabi ko, minus 6 dB. Okay? Now, my voice is about 70. Pag ginamitan ko ngayon ng sound reinforcement, I reinforce my 70 dB voice with this microphone. My voice now gets into the microphone, it passes through all the electronics and everything else into the speaker. Now, that sound coming from the speaker is already an amplified sound. It passes through audio, the audio process. You get it? And then from there, from the speaker, ang mangyayari naman, yung loudspeaker na yan, ibabato niya yung sound acoustically. You get it? Kasi dumaan nga siya dyan, pero from the speaker out, wala siyang dinaan ng electronics eh. So sound siya again. But acoustic sound. You get it? Yun ang differences. Kasi, kaya ko nabanggit to, minsan, I'm talking to people and sinasabi nila, kasi yung audio namin ganito eh. So sabi ko, anong ginagamit yung sistema? Hindi yung masyadong ma-reverberant and everything else. Muna, ano bang pinag-uusapan natin? Yung audio ba ninyo o yung sound ninyo? O yung acoustics? Nakakalito eh. So if you know the differences, at least pagkausap niyo isang tao na nakakaintindi rin, hindi kayo magkakalituhan. No? So I'm just clarifying things, how things are supposed to be. Okay? So what I'm just trying to emphasize here is that the study of sound, no, is a very interesting subject matter that learning never really ceases. It never ends. I know a lot of acousticians, I know a lot of sound system experts until now are still studying or knowing how to do things. Kasi, ang problema kasi sa sound, hindi natin nakikita. Naririnig lang natin. Yung perception ko ng sound plus yung perception ng each one of us would be different. Iba-iba. Kung ano yung maganda sa isang lugar, yung isang grupo naman, hindi maganda. For example, there's a church now in Manila. I don't know if you've heard about them. Favor Church. Narinig na ba ninyo yun? Narinig niyo yung Favor Church? They have a very good praise and worship team. Actually, ang mother church namin is CCF. No? But we go to Victory, and lately, we've been going to Favor Church. Kasi yung misis ko, gustong-gusto niya yung praise and worship ng Favor Church. Mini-measure ko, normally, kasi kami, yung misis ko kasi, she doesn't want very loud sound, so nagpupunta kami dun sa likod na likod. At the back, mini-measure ko, ang lakas nung volume ng praise and worship, 130 dB. You know how loud 130 dB is? 130 dB is about 50 meters from a jet engine. 50 meters, mga mula rito hanggang dun, more or less. Thereabouts. Yun ang jet engine. Pag sinukat mo rito, it's about 130, 140 dB. Yung music ng Favor, ganun. Pero, hindi siya nakakatulig. So I've been trying to analyze what's happening because I design churches. I designed this church. The acoustics of this church was actually designed by me. Sila Pastor Ibe ang gumawa. Lahat yan. Ginawa nila lahat yan. Pati itong mga diffusers on top. These are all diffusers. No? But if you've noticed, itong simbahan na to, puro glass. And one of the things that normally a lot of people say that, oh no, you never put glass in a church because magbabounce ang sound and everything. Nagbabounce ba? Hindi. Kukunti pa tayo. No? Pag napuno to, magbabago ang tunog nito. Mas magiging dry, mawawala yung reverberation. No, but what I'm just trying to say is that I always try as much as I can to analyze how things are. And dun sa Favor Church, ginagawa ni kasi nila sa sa galleria sa ano yun? Anong hotel yun? Forget. Anyway, basta sa Galleria, sa Robinson's Galleria, sa may Ortigas, no? One thing is that the ballroom kasi is totally dead. But then the problem with something like that is that kung hindi maganda ang sound system mo, it will not give you the brilliance or the warmth that you want as compared to here. Dito, because ito balanse kasi ang tunog at hindi rin nakakatulig. No? But what I'm just trying to say is, study of sound and study of acoustics and everything else, it's an ongoing thing. Now, like I said, it's a passion. It's something like, it really gets you hooked. After a while, ang mangyayari sa inyo, magiging addict kayo sa sound. The only problem is that when you're very knowledgeable about sound, naririnig nyo lahat ng problema. Kasi nakikita nyo, by just looking at how the speakers are placed and everything else, alam nyo na there's something wrong. And na-imagine nyo na kasi paano dispersion ng speaker and everything else. Ganun ang sistema. But anyway, just to give you an example nga, is that it is quite interesting. It is very addicting. It's something like you would want to do until you die. He actually is considered the dean of acoustics in the world. Si Leo Beranek is an author of a lot of books. And he died at the age of 104. That's what I'm trying to say. If you want to live long, you go into sound or acoustics. Ang haba ng buhay nyo. Kasi, ang nangyayari kasi is that you have to make your mind work eh. Palagi kang nagtatrabaho eh. Although hindi manually, But, you make your mind work and everything else. So, napapractice. Wala kang dementia. I had a chance of meeting with, conversing actually, with Dr. Beranek when he was 99, I think. 99 years old. Mga 98 years old. Nag-lecture pa siya sa amin noon eh. One of the conferences I attended abroad. And nilapitan ko siya kasi tinanong ko kung siya yung nag-design ng cultural center natin dito sa Philippines. Sabi niya, hindi raw siya. Sabi niya, probably my partner. So we were talking and everything else. And at that age of 98 or 99, very clear pa rin yung mind niya. Nakakalakad pa rin. And then he died, 104. Di ba? Okay na yun, di ba? Sabi ko, and then yung kasama ko sa Audio Engineering Society, si Dar Quintos, he just celebrated his birthday last January. He's 87 years old. Sabi ko, ganun nga yata eh. Pag nasa sound business ka or audio and whatever, ganun eh. Tumatagal na yung buhay. And of course, tawanan and everything else. But what I'm just trying to say is that it's a very interesting field. So if there are some of you guys who are really interested in that, I would encourage you to pursue. And go right ahead and enjoy sound. So yun lang. Yun yung aking introduction. May natutunan ba kayo? Okay. All right. So we start. Start na ba kayo? Okay na ba kayo? Are you ready? Ang pag-uusapan lang naman natin are the basic mga pitfalls and everything else of essentials of church audio. And then I'll concentrate later on the mixing. Kasi ang nagiging problema dito sa atin is that there is always misconception about mixing, especially for live, especially for churches. Magkaiba kasi yun. Iba yung actual mixing sa recording studio and iba yung mixing sa live or mas iba yung mixing sa loob ng simbahan. Okay, so, well, that's me. Okay? That's me basically. I'm the chair. I'm the one in charge of the Audio Engineering Society Philippine section. Ako yung chairman dito sa Pilipinas. And these are some of the, puro ano yan, puro panggulat lang yan, kunwari. Anyway, so, let's go into ayaw. Ay? Yun. Okay. Now, medyo naglagay ako ng mga pasakalye para at least kung kayo ay nagtatayo pa lang ng simbahan or magtatayo ng simbahan o may mga kaibigan kayong pastor, more or less, ang mga simple, important things that are needed. No? For example, accessibility. Saan nyo ilalagay yung simbahan? Importante yun. The reason behind that is because of two things. Number one, ease of transport, which is, madali bang puntahan yun or maglalakad kayo ng 1 kilometer bago dumating sa simbahan? I mean, that's really part of what it is if you're really interested in praising God, di ba? But what I'm just trying to say is that, paano naman yung mga matatanda? Maglalakad sila ng 1 kilometer, di sobra. Di ba? Maski na 500 meters, medyo malayo-layo rin yun. Exercise nga lang, no? But the accessibility is a very important thing. And then, of course, ease of transport. Madali bang kumuha ng tricycle doon? Madali bang kumuha ng ng sasakyan, ng bus, for example, or jeepney and everything else. And then the other thing is that for those people naman who would have cars, meron bang parking na pwede nang gamitin pag nagpunta sa simbahan nyo? So, I mean, these are things that you have to think about. So it's not just a matter of putting up a church and that's it. And then, how's the traffic situation? Sa atin pa naman, dito sa ating, sa simbahan natin, pag sinabi mong alas 4 yung ating service, dumadating tayo mga 4:30. Di ba? Di ba? Kalahati ng praise and worship, wala na, tapos na. Di ba? Ganun yun eh. So dadating ka na lang, sa word ka na lang, or yung tail end nung, tail end nung pangalan to, praise and worship. No? Yung gano'n. Tapos pagdating doon, upo ka na lang, papakinggan mo na lang yung pastor, pagkatapos alis na kayo. Yung gano'n. So, I mean, it's a common thing that we Filipinos tend to take for granted, no? Being punctual. But ako guilty rin ako dyan eh. Nagagalit nga sa akin yung misis ko palagi kasi palagi daw kaming late. Lapit-lapit na nga nung galeriya sa bahay namin eh. Yung gano'n, no? In reality, mga 5 minutes, nandun na kami sa galeriya eh. Yung gano'n, pero nalilate pa rin kami. But, I mean, it's something that has to be, that we ourselves, or I myself, has to do something about. So, yun, traffic, ease of transport, parking, some other things that are more for human convenience. So, importante yung location, where it should be. The other thing also, hindi ko naisama dyan, is that would there be room for expansion? Di ba? Kasi whether we like it or not, I've done several churches, mga satellite churches ng CCF, for example. Most of the churches of CCF now are being actually designed by me. I did one sa may tinatawag lang Bay Area Church, dun sa may Ross Boulevard na CCF na satellite. Nung una mga malaki ng konti rito, dumami yung kanilang congregation. So they needed space. Nasa sila nasa commercial area eh. So wala nang mausugan. Diba yung ganun? So they had to transfer. Yung mga ganun. At the same thing with CCF sa North EDSA. There's a new church there now. Nasa, anong floor ba yun? Actually, hindi ko pa nabibisita eh. I designed that one also. And yung unang church nila was parang asiwa yung yung shape and everything else. So they transferred to this other place now, which is actually on the second yata, mezzanine floor or something like that. But anyway, it's a little bit bigger. It's more conducive to being a church. No? So it's better. But ang nangyari is that they had to rebuild. So ginawa nila lang yung bagong simbahan dun sa kanilang bagong lugar ngayon. So that's additional expense. No? So in reality, instead of using the money for evangelization or for helping the poor or something like that, which we as Christians are supposed to do, ang nangyari is napapagawa tayo ng bagong simbahan. Mag-aano tayo ng church fund, di ba? So gagastos tayo sa ganito, gagastos tayo sa ganyan. And it actually drains a lot of the finances of the church. Although in the case of of CCF, central kasi ang bahala diyan. I think pinupulya nila yung money and then they have parang budgets or whatever. So ina-approve ng central and then whatever. But that's the way it works. So another thing there is there room for expansion? Or for that matter, kung kunwari isang occasion na palagay natin Christmas, na pagsasamahin mo yung various services, magkakasya ba doon sa simbahan? Pwede ka bang gumawa ng overflow? Kunwari, maglalagay ng maupuan sa labas ng simbahan and everything else. I mean, these are very important things, no? For the convenience of the congregation. Importante. So that's the other thing that has to be considered. And then, the other thing that is important also is how is it built? Yan. Alam niyo kung bakit? Kung ang simbahan kapak, ang tunog kapak. The reason behind that is because yung mga, like for example, in this case, itong ceiling nito actually can absorb low frequency bass. So kung kapak ang pagkagawa nitong simbahan na to, lahat ng energy ng bass aabsorbin sa taas. So ang tunog ng simbahan, tini. Mahina. Puro highs ang lalabas. So ang gagawin nyo ngayon, magdadagdag kayo ng loudspeakers. Magdadagdag kayo ng sub para makuha yung low frequency. But again, the more subs you put in, the more phase problems you're going to have. Kasi hindi naman eksaktong ang bato niyan pag ganun eh. No, pag ganun, no? Nagkakaroon ng lobes yan eh. And yung lobes na yon, gumanyan ka ng konti, nawawala. Ibig sabihin, nawawala yung tunog, humihina. Gumanon ka ng konti, ang lakas. Gumanon ka ng konti, nawawala na naman. Ganun yon. Lobes. The more loudspeakers you have, the more lobes you're going to have, the more problems you're going to have in the dispersion of sound. It's the same thing as when you have two microphones and you put them side by side. Yung dalawang mikrofonong ganon, tatlong mikrofono, pag sama-samain yung ganon, hihina ang tunog. Because the microphone is exactly the same, or it has the same characteristic as your loudspeakers. Kaya transducers ang tawag dyan eh. Because they transmit and they transfer the energy into either sound waves or yung sound in itself going into the microphone, for example. Pareho sila. Microphone at saka loudspeakers are actually transducers. So, yun ang So, importante yung sonic quality. Thin materials produce thinny sound. Bass is absorbed, lacks the warmth and the pleasantness. Mawala yung di ba? Anong tawag doon? Anong term doon? Yung eksakto, there's a term for it na ginagamit natin, parang swak, parang ganun. Pero it's more of, there's a term for it. Anyway, I couldn't think. Sabihin ko sa inyo mamaya pag naisip ko ulit. But anyway, suave. There you go. Yun. Nawawala yung pagkaswabe ng simbahan. Nawawala yung pagkaswabe ng tunog. Mr. Suave nga di ba? Yun. Ang ibig sabihin nun. Pag tama yung simbahan, it's well-built and everything else, suabe ang tunog. Hindi masakit sa tenga, hindi ka dinidibdiban palagi, yung ganon. Tama lang, suabe. Okay? And then, yan nga, solidity. Building is to carry heavy loads. That's the other thing, no? Kung yung simbahan mo is actually built in such a way that it does not really, medyo kulang and everything, paano mo ipa-fly yung mga loudspeakers mo? Paano yung mga ilaw? Dito, hindi nga sila gumamit ng masyadong frontal lights para sa stage. But in other churches, may mga lights silang ganun. And especially now, what's happening is that ang uso ngayon sa mga simbahan, yung play of lights. Ang nangyayari ngayon, para kang concert hall eh. Diba? Kung ano-ano mga light effects na nangyayari sa, of course, not during the word of the pastor, pero during praise and worship, or for that matter, kunwari, eto, nagsasalita yung pastor and everything else. Now we post into an announcement of the church. Mamatay dapat yung ilaw sa simbahan. Kasi ang focus now would be there. Kasi ang papanoorin nyo ngayon, yung announcement ng church. And one of the things I've noticed about the announcements now, para silang gumagawa ng commercial. Yung mga announcement nila sa church, like for example, sabi na, couples night will be Saturday and everything else. Normally, they would have somebody, a standee. Hindi lang announcement na may voiceover, hindi na ganun. May nagpipresent. Normally, church member also. Yung mga ganung so para kang nanonood ng TV. Para kang nanonood ng commercial. So it becomes entertaining. Because you have to understand that in church, aside from hearing the word, it is also important that what is being presented is interesting. Kasi kung alam ko nangyayari din sa inyo ito, no? Alam ko nangyayari din sa inyo ito, no? Pag yung pastor, hindi masyadong animated pag nagsasalita, anong nangyayari? Ang audience hikaban ng hikaban, right? Mamaya-maya may mga tulog na. Kaya sa yung isang pastor namin sa CCF, si Pastor, yung afternoon pastor, palaging sinasabi niyon, andito pa ba kayo? Hindi pa ba kayo natutulog? Palagi niya sinasabi niyo yun. No? Pampagising. Kasi talagang aantukin ka, sa CCF pa naman ang lamig. Sobra lamig. As in talagang, whenever we go to church, we make it a point na naka-jacket kami. Ang lamig eh. And we already complained that, but they can't do anything about it because over yung design ng simbahan in terms of temperature. Kasi ang thinking nila is that palaging full yung simbahan. Well, I mean, in reality, palaging full naman, pero still, sobra-sobra. Winter nga, yung tawag namin doon eh. Pag pumasok ka na ng simbahan, winter na eh. Thick jackets, dapat ng suot mo. But what I'm just trying to say is that, ang lamig, ang sarap matulog. Tapos, yung nagsasalita pa, boring ng konti, yung ganon, kulang ng animation, kulang ng hindi interesting yung, mangyayari? Tulog. Kaya, actually, this is not only true here in the Philippines. That's actually the reason why abroad, sa States, for example, one thing that I've noticed is that normally they would have 3 screens. 3 ang screen nila. Mayroong center screen, mayroong left screen, mayroong right screen. Okay? Yung sa Bible, nandito sa gitna. Well, nag-change yan. Minsan yung pastor. Kasi pag malaki-malaki yung simbahan mo, pag malayo ka, hindi ka naman... Sa CCF, for example, I never look at the pastor. I look at the screen. Kasi yung pastor, ganyan na lang eh. Diba? Pag nandun ka sa taas, gustong-gusto naming pumunta dun sa itaas kasi unang-una, sa baba, puno na. Pangalawa, ang lakas ng tunog ng praise and worship ng CCF. Nakakatulig. I'm consultant for CCF. Palagi ko sinasabi na sa kanila, but they never really listen. So I go, okay, fine. We told you about it. May kanya-kanyang like I said, yung thinking kasi ng bawat isa sa atin iba-iba eh. Yung loud to me may not be loud to them. For example, actually, that's actually the reason why I mentioned favorite church. Kasi yung favorite church, karamihan na nag-a-attend, puro bata. And it seems that yung loud music, tsaka yung thumping music and everything else is what a lot of the kids like. So sayawan sila, tayuan, and everything else. No? They really worship the Lord in that way, which is very good. But for us, old fogies, medyo kami, nalalakasan. Kasi, siyempre, iba na yung pandinig namin compared sa pandinig ninyo, mga bata. We cannot really take that kind of an SPL anymore as compared to you guys. So, yun. But anyway, ang sinasabi ko lang is, nawala tuloy yung thought ko. But, so yung nyo, if the church in itself is not as solid, yun nga, paano mo isasabit yung mga loudspeakers, mga peripherals, and everything else? Kasi whether you like it or not, that's really part and partial of it. Dapat interesting ang nangyayari sa loob ng simbahan. That it should be an experience already. Hindi lang yung something na you go in there and then, and then worship. I mean, there's really nothing wrong with that. But then, if the experience is something that you look forward to, yung bang, linggo na, dapat we have to go to church. Dapat maaga tayo kasi gusto ko malaman paano nila i-open yung I remember because there's a Catholic church in Hawaii. We attended several years ago. Siguro this was about 1980s or something like that. It's a Catholic church, small Catholic church. Pero ang nag-attend mga tao, pila. Alam niyo kung bakit? Because yung simbahan, every Sunday, nagbabago. Yung stage nila, kunwari ganito, next Sunday, pag pumasok ka uli, hindi ganito ang ayos. Iba na naman. At saka punong-puno ng mga lights. Talagang show. But this priest is actually attracting a lot of parishioners, which is good. Because ang importante naman, sabi nga ni Jesus Christ, go and spread the word. The good word. Di ba? The good news. Yun naman ang importante nun eh. Basta na-plant mo yung seed, okay na eh. Di ba? So, ganun. So, what I'm just trying to say, it is very nice to have to go into a place where there's a lot of changes. At saka alam mo yung dynamism eh. Nagbabago kasi. There's a lot of activity going on. So, if your church is hindi solid and it cannot accommodate all these things, paano yun? Di ba? Okay. Isa pa. It has to have, yung sinabi ko kanina, there has to be room for expansion. Not only that, yung church needs kasi ngayon is iba na eh. Hindi gaya nung araw na simbahan lang siya eh. Ngayon kailangan mo ng streaming room. Ngayon kailangan mo ng cry room para sa mga babies. Kailangan mo ng nursing room. Saan mo ilalagay lahat yun kung kulang-kulang yung simbahan mo? Diba? So these are things, dapat meron kang preparation room for graphics, preparation room for playback, and ang dami. Yung mga churches na, the big churches that I know of now, are actually in reality, they're working as television stations. Parang mga TV stations. Ang CCF, yung control room nila, for production and for playback, para sa simbahan lang yun, iba pa yung sa streaming ha. Para dun sa simbahan lang yun, para yung lumalabas lang sa loob ng simbahan. Yung ganon. Akala mo control room ng ABS-CBN. Because of their need. Kailangan nila ng ganon eh. And churches are going that way. Because you have to come out with a presentation that's interesting. And not only that, there are a lot of other things that happen. No? Aside from the usual worship, may mga special occasions na yung ginagawa. Like yung Youth Day, kunwari, di ba? Every Wednesday service natin, mayroon presentation na ganito. They just did their, ano bang tawag nila doon? Yung ano ba yun? ID ba yun? Or something like that? It's a week-long seminar on discipleship. Yung mga ganon. And you need all these things now, no? To teach. And you have speakers coming from all over the place, from all over the world. Yung iba, zino-zoom na lang habang nagtuturo. So these are needs of the church. And your church has to be able to accommodate. For example, in the case of CCF, ngayon, there are instances wherein yung teaching nanggagaling sa Maynila and nakastream lang lahat sa churches all over. Parang ganun, parang naka-satellite, parang naka-simulcast. Yung ganun. So I mean, the manner of worship is sort of changing in terms of the use of the media or the medium. Okay? All right. Now, let's go into the 4 essential things about achieving an excellent church sound. First and foremost has to be acoustics. Insulation and soundproofing, which is mitigation of the noise. In other words, dapat as much you can, walang ingay, walang nadidinig kang tricycle and everything else, walang naririnig na mga kung anumang intrusive sounds, no? Pag umulan, hindi nadidisturb yung simbahan habang nagpipreach si pastor, for example, or for that matter, habang quiet time, kasi pag quiet time, quiet eh. Di ba? So I mean, can you imagine, kunwari, quiet time kayo, lahat kayo concentrated, you're praising the Lord and everything else, you're saying your prayer and everything, biglang di ba Ito, maganda kasi nasa labas eh, nasa loob pala. Nasa loob ng, the roadway is there. So hindi natin narinig yung mga bus, hindi natin narinig yung mga jeepneys and everything else. Tapos yung mga businahan ng businahan. Di ba? Yung mga ganun. So that is done by soundproofing. In other words, the break-ins or breakouts around the adjacent surrounding is very important. Break-in means sound coming from outside going in. Breakout naman is sound coming from inside going out. Now, why is that important? Because there are some cases, and as a matter of fact, I had several cases. There's one church in Caloocan, problema nila yon. Kasi nasa community sila eh. Nasa loob ng isang kalye, ginawa nila yung church nila doon. Residential yung area. And you know how praise and worship of pangalan to, ang ng ating mga churches are, no? They're too loud. So, nagko-complain yung mga kapitbahay. But the church was built already. So they consulted me, tinanong nila, Mike, ano ba pwede natin gawin? And everything. Sabi ko nun, sabi ko nun, Pastor, unang-una, kung gagawa tayo ng mitigation efforts and everything else, gagastos tayo. So, siguro, the way to do it is you probably have to come out with a way of making your neighbors be friendly to you. So ang ginawa nila, they came out with mga special cooking lessons for the community, mga ganun, how to bake cakes and everything else. They started inviting yung mga kapitbahay na hindi mga Kristiyano. They started inviting them to attend kasi baking naman eh, ganun. And then yung produce na ginagawa nila, yung mga cake na nabibake nila, pinamimigay doon sa mga kapitbahay. So sooner or later, naging friendly yung neighborhood in accepting church. So okay na. But the most important thing is this, lahat na yung kapitbahay, lahat na yung surrounding area, naging Christian. Ang laking bagay, di ba? Nagko-complain pa ba? Hindi na. Why? Kristiyano na lahat eh. Alam nila na pag gano'n ang praise and worship mo, talagang that's for the Lord. So, sila mismo nag-attend ng church eh. So, well and good. Wala kaming ginawang mitigation. Otherwise kasi, it'll be very expensive. Ganon din na nangyari sa isang case. This one is not a church, but this is GMA 7 sa Novaliches, sa kanilang transmitter site. Mayroon silang mga generators noon na 500, mga 5 megawatt generators. Mas maingay kaysa yung kinikwento ko sa inyo kanina. They had 3 of those. Nung araw, palaging brownout, pag nag-kick in yun, ang ingay po. Yung likod nila, yung likod ng transmitter site, village yun eh. Mayroong isang maingay doon na palagi nagko-complain sa barangay, German. Okay? So, consultation. So, sabi ko sa kanya, sinong mga nagko-complain? Yung isang ganito ho, ganyan, palagi nagko-complain, everything else. Sabi ko, pag tumatakbo yung mga generators nyo, is that more than enough to cover? Kaya buong barangay eh. Okay, sabi ko yan. Kargahan nyo silang lahat ng generator power. So, winairan, kinargahan ng generator power yung surrounding area, yung village. So, pag nag-kick in yung nag-brown out, nag-kick in yung generator, lahat sila may ilaw. Magko-complain ka ba? Hindi na, di ba? Libre naman yung mo eh. Yung emergency generator mo, libre. Hindi ka naman nagbabayad eh. Kukomplain sila, wala na. So, what I'm just trying to say is there are ways actually of mitigating things. It's not just the physical use of this and use of that, what have you. No, just common sense and public relations, and it works more often than not. But, like I said, it is very important that from the very onset, may naririnig pero hindi nakakaistorbo. So that's soundproofing. That's mitigation. What you need there are solid walls, cement walls, and everything else. Okay, pagkatapos na nun, pag nagawa mo na yung soundproofing, the next step is sound conditioning. Sound conditioning is putting Sorry. Oh. Okay. Anyway. Ang sound conditioning naman, ang sound conditioning basically is putting ganito mga panels and everything else. In other words, you make the room sound good. That's sound conditioning. It's basically akin or the same as air conditioning. Yung air conditioning, komportable ka, malamig and everything, no? Ang sound conditioning naman is komportable ka, maganda pakinggan, and so forth and so on. So soundproofing is not synonymous to sound conditioning. Magkaiba yung dalawang yon. Pagkatapos ng soundproofing, then you do sound conditioning. So in this case, itong simbahan natin to is actually isolated or insulated to a certain extent kasi solid naman ang mga walls. And then after that, ginawa namin yung sound conditioning, which is to temper para maganda yung tunog. Hindi masakit sa tenga, hindi no? So, gano'n. Alright. So, acoustics is first. Ang susunod is your equipment, yung audio, yung video, and then yung bago ngayon, it's not really new, no? But it's parang nagiging standard na, which is streaming or hybrid worship, they call it. O hybrid manner of worship. Kasi nowadays, you can actually just worship using your phone if you like. Kung kunwari wala ka, malayo ka doon sa simbahan or whatever, you can just watch and worship at the same time. Streaming yun. Yun ang dinagdag sa ating And then, of course, ito importante, trained personnel. So that's the third. Yung personnel nyo dapat nakakaintindi. And that's not only for audio, video, but also ancillary people. Lights, yung mga ganoon, graphics, mga ganoon, dapat magagaling, mabibilis magtrabaho, malinis magtrabaho, trained, in other words, hindi yung nangangapa, hindi yung basta-bastang copy-paste lang. Hindi ganon. No? And then, yung fourth is church support. What does that mean? That means ideas not only from the team, kunwari, the audio-video graphics team, no? May mga ideas sila and everything else, but then the elders, yung pastor, senior pastor, and everybody else should be able to listen and see kung kumusta yung mga ideas. Kasi it's also very important that we, as members of the team, of the production team, yung live prod na tinatawag nila, should be sensible enough. Like, there is one church na sabi ng worship team, sabi nga nun, alam niyo, pastor, dapat bumili tayo nitong gitarang to eh. You know how much the guitar is? 250,000 pesos for a guitar. You know? Now, I haven't heard anybody from church, from any church whatsoever, that had said, uy, na-bless ako kasi ang ganda ng tunog ng gitara nyo. I haven't heard that in my lifetime. Wala namang ganun eh. Kasi once tinugtog mo yung gitara, pag pinagsasama-sama mo ng lahat yung mga instrumento, wala na yun. I'm a guitar player. In church, I play guitar. I play lead. I have a collection of more than 50 guitars. Ganun lang naman. Yung iba, alam ko 400 eh. Yung sa akin, konti lang 50. But what I'm just trying to say is that dapat, yung dapat nasa tamang lugar. Di ba? So you come out with ideas. So palagay natin, mayroong bagong mas maganda siguro na gamitin natin para mas clear yung natin. Siguro pwedeng bumili na maski na 4K camera kasi ngayon 8K na. Yung ganon. Pwede siguro kasi medyo bumababa na ang presyo. Yung ganon. In other words, we have to be sensible with our suggestions. Hindi yung ostentatious. Like I said, 250,000 peso for a guitar. Di ba? Parang hindi tama eh. That's approximately about mga $5,000. Napakamahal. No? I myself, bibentahan mo ko ng gitarang gano'n, hindi ko bibilin. Because that's too much already. Even if it's for collection purposes. No? Okay. So, it's important that you get the support of the church. So yung apat na yon, importante. Alright, now, first, let's discuss acoustics. These are the shapes that are quite important. Yung square, you never do a square church. The reason behind that is because yung four sides, no, nagtatama-tama yung modes dyan. Ang nangyayari is that nagkakaroon ng resonance, nagbabounce lang siya all over the place. Mga ganun yan, simbahan. So never a square church. Never a cuboid or cubic. Never. Kasi masama yun talaga. You won't get the right kind of acoustics and the right kind of sound. Okay? If ever you don't have a choice but to put out a square church, ganito dapat ang sistema. Yung stage dapat nandun sa kanto. Ganun ang Okay? Next is yung rectangular shape. Never like that. Kasi pag ganyan yung simbahan mo, mas marami kang loudspeaker na ilalagay to cover the entire area. Ang belief nila na if you have a shape like that, it's better because it's near the pastor. But that's not it. Because nowadays, like I said, hindi mo na kailangan yung distance. Ang kailangan mo ngayon, video . Like I said, more often than not, people do not really watch. Like yung mga concerts, Araneta and everything else. Kayo ba na pumupunta pa dun sa tinitignan nyo yung nagpe-perform? Ako, I'd rather go all the way back and watch from the back. The reason behind that is because mas maganda ang mix dun sa likod. Kasi yung mga nagmi-mix nandun sa likod. Di ba? Unang-una, napakamahal. Yung concert ni David Foster, for example, 14,000 yung sa front. Yung susunod, 7,000. Yung likod, 4,000. Saan ka? Punta na lang ako dun sa likod, di ba? 4,000 lang. 4,000 pa rin. Diba? Kung makakuha ng libre, mas maganda, di ba? But, sabi ni Mrs., gusto niya manood So, okay. Diba? But never like that. Okay. Fan shape, that's another, Ang problema naman nito is that although okay siya, to a certain extent, again, yung coverage mo ng sound is not equal. It's not very good. Ginawa yung fan shape na yan primarily because they want to accommodate more people. Pero in terms of yung sound in itself, there are some deficiencies. May mga problema. Alright? Or this one. Tama na, ito, ang problema dito, never mind. Ang problema sa dito, yung likod niya, fan shape nga siya, di ba? Ang likod niya is concave. Ang concave shape, nagfo-focus siya ng sound sa gitna. So, ang pinakamalakas na area na upuan, yung gitna lang. Yung side, wala. Alam niyo yung dish ng signal? Ganun yun . It's actually concave. So that's the same thing. Pag ginanon mo, it's the same thing. Ang nun is that ang antena kasi ang antena ng satellite, ganun yan andito. Yan yung pick-up antenna And so, all the signal, they go this way. Kasi this one, which is concave, concentrates or focuses the signal to the middle. So if this is the back of your church, andito yung pulpit area, etong area lang ang malakas. Andun ang sound, concentrated. What do you do? Dapat, ito ngayon, lalagyan mo ng convex. No? I did a church here sa Our Lady of Lourdes, Our Lady of Guadalupe sa may Magalang, Pampanga. And Catholic church So marami silang mga pabilog. And I had to introduce pabaliktad, parang ganyan, para ma-concentrate. Kasi it's actually the fourth time actually, nabibili sila ng sound system. Akala nila sound system. Pero nung in-inspect ko, sabi ko, alam nyo, Father, sabi nga, ang problema nyo, hindi naman yung sound system Ang problema nyo, Unang-una, design ng sound system. Pangalawa, yung acoustics ng lugar. Nung inayos ko, alam nyo lang yung ilang speaker ang ginamit? 2. And that's it. Dinig hanggang likod. So, the last time I saw the bishop, sabi nung bishop, archbishop pala. Nung archbishop, sabi niya ganun, oh, greatly improved yung simbahan. Sabi ko, yeah. I mean, from theories, it should work that way. 2 maliliit na columnar. And it works perfectly. Okay? So, ito naman, ang ginawa, it's basically the same thing as the other one, kaya lang yung likod, ginawang ganun. Okay? But the best is this. Kasi in a situation like this, all you need would probably be 2 loudspeakers na malalaki and 2 na maliliit, which is basically the same design as what we have here. 2 to take care of the floor, and then you have 2 fill speakers na nasa likod to take care, pabatuhan niya naman yung likod para hindi mawala yung intelligibility. Kasi the first thing that goes out sa sound system would be yung intelligibility, mga S's, mga T's. Kaya 1, 2, 3. Kasi pag nasa malayo ka, pag pinakinggan mo tapos nawala yung 2, that means hindi na umaabot yung 2 doon sa likod. Kailangan mo na ng fill speakers. And 4 and 5, yun. Okay? All right, so acoustics basically, ceiling configuration, it should never be like this. Ang mangyayari kasi, pag ganyan, yun ang stage, ang mangyayari, lahat ng sound na pupunta lang sa gitna. Pagdating dun sa dulo, mahinang-mahina na. So the best actually is this. The configuration. Why? Parang ano yan eh. Parang pag tumawag ka ng tao, di ba? You never say, hello, pare, kumusta ka? Hindi naman ganun eh. Kundi gaganon ka. See, that's basically the same principle. Nakaganon yung ceiling. Now, in this case, it's different because we have diffusers. These diffusers are actually convex diffusers. Pabaliktad. Ito, parang ganito. Diba? And binabato niya lahat nung sound all over the space. Kaya hopefully, hindi ko pa natitest, di pa naman natitest ni Pastor, but the way it is that from here, from the front area hanggang dun sa likod, dapat klaro ang boses ni Pastor. Okay? All right. Now, again, part of the acoustics, ito just for you to be able to have an understanding of what it is. Yung quietness nung simbahan should have at least an NC reading of 30 to about siguro mga 40, yung ganyan. Yun ang dapat na reading. Dapat tahimik man lang siya. Hindi ang normal room, like for example, sa bahay nyo, sa bedroom, it's an NC 40. So dapat yung bedroom, yung tunog ng yung quietness ng bedroom should be more or less be what is inside the church. Kasi that's the only way you can actually concentrate more on what you're doing. And then reverberation time depends on the volume, how big the hall is and everything. So it has to be 0.7 to 1.9. Most of the churches I design are 1.2 or 1 to 1.5. Ito, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is about 1.2. So, may konting reverberation, pero hindi nakakainis. Hindi yung nagre-repeat. No, it enhances the voice. It's good for music, kasi sa boses kasi ng singing, you need reverb eh. That's the reason why, pag kumanta kayo sa loob ng banyo, ang ganda. Ang sarap kumanta kasi may reverb. Parang karaoke. Diba? Punong-puno ng di ba? Pero, at the same time, pag nagsalita ka naman, dapat wala masyadong reverb. Para maintindihan naman yung sinasabi mo. Especially for pastors who actually talk very fast. No? May mga pastor, ganun eh. Masyadong mabilis magsalita. So, can you imagine, kung punong-puno ng reverb yun, hindi kayo magkakaintindihan. Okay? So, take note of these. Because if you are building your church or if you are refitting your church and everything else, these are indications that you can actually make use of. Okay, so again, it's diffusion versus absorption. Yung mga panels, mga ganito, itong mga panels na to, these are actually absorption panels. No? Yung mga nandito, ito. is an absorption panel. Yon, absorption panel. They absorb energy. Tapos iba-iba ang kapal niyan because different frequencies ang inabsorb niyan. Ito naman nasa taas natin, these are all diffusers. They diffuse sound all over. So it should be a combination. So should it be absorption and diffusion? Or should only be diffusion or only absorption, etc., etc. Okay? So if you notice, most of the churches actually have that. Ito, tingnan nyo to, yung nandito. Ayan, yung mga triangular things. Those are basically the same principle as this one. But I prefer this kind of diffusers primarily because mas equal ang tapon ng sound all over the place compared to yung ganon, yung parang bundok. Triangular diffusers, they call them. Ito naman, ceiling ang diffusion. No? Okay? Okay, now we go into equipment. So tapos na yung acoustics. Alam na natin kung anong kailangan natin. Now we go into equipment. So these are the kind of things that you would need. Microphones, loudspeakers, mixing board, stage monitoring, ancillary equipment. And then of course you need graphics and you need the streaming mechanism and everything. No? Okay. Considerations. Ang sound reinforcement system is primarily used for music, speech intelligibility, and the biggest question is how loud is loud? Should it be loud, 120 dB or 130 dB? Dapat tunog ng jet plane? Is that the proper way to level your SPL or your volume? Normally, ang standard should be about 85 to about 100 dB. Hindi masyadong nakakatulig, tama lang ang tunog niya, comfortable. So 85 to 100 dB. Huwag lalampas ng 100 dB. The reason behind that also is because beyond 100 dB, you are only allowed by OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Well, meron din tayong OSHA dito sa Pilipinas, but it seems that they are not enforcing mga laws na ganyan compared to other countries. No? Ang requirement ng OSHA, if you're listening to sound na umaabot ng 100 dB, ang level, dapat 15 minutes lang pagkatapos na lumalis ka na. Otherwise, kung continuous, mawala yung hearing mo. You lose your hearing. And the hardest thing that can happen is when you lose your hearing because hindi maibabalik ang hearing unless marami kang pera para operahan yung tenga mo. So, always make sure that you take care of your hearing. That's the worst thing that can happen. I know a lot of artists and famous ones at that. Mga kilalang artist, kilala nyo, na bingi. Mga bingi na. Pataas na silang pataas ng monitor. Nagtataka ako bakit ganun. Yung pala bingi. Pag kinausap mo, kunwari, boy! Tapos hindi ka papansinin. Akala mo hindi ka pinapansin. Yung pala bingi, hindi ka naririnig. Yung ganun. Tapos sasabihin sa'yo nung kasama mo, Sir, bingi na yan eh. Kaya naman pala. Because of the constant exposure to very high level of volume or SPL, sound pressure level. Okay, so how loud is loud? It should be 85 to 100 dB, more often than not. Comfortable for speech is about 85 dB. It's good enough, it can be understood. Maski na mahina lang magsalita yung pastor, naiintindihan. Because you have to understand that in speech, there are some strong points or some music, it's called fortissimo. And there's such a thing as pianissimo. No? Sa classical music, may ganun. Pianissimo means mga soft passages. So palagay natin, there are instances where the pastor would just parang nagbumubulong lang siya. Lord Jesus, we ask you to. See, can you imagine kung the pastor is praying in that manner, Lord Jesus, we thank you for all the grace that you've given us, O Father. Yung habang sinasabi niya, bumubulong siya, hindi niyo naiintindihan, parang, ano sinasabi ni pastor? Di ba? Mali, di ba? But if you can hear what he's saying, syempre kayo, nandun din kayo, di ba? Nakikidasal. And then bigla siyang sisigaw because emphasis, that's fortissimo, the force. Kasi kailangan eh. Yung ganon. At the same time, yung malakas na yon, hindi sasabog yung buong simbahan. Well, there are ways of doing that, taming it through your mixer, using compressor limiters and everything. But again, from the very onset, if you can control the sound from source, better. All right. So, acoustics versus sound system, ito ang palaging pinuproblema ng karamihan ng churches, including probably your churches. What is it going to be? Acoustics should always take precedence. Dapat you give acoustics more importance than the sound system. The reason behind that is because if the acoustics of the space is good, any sound system you can actually put in there. It's basically the same thing as when I'm talking this way. Can you hear me? Without sound system. I'm in a church. We just constructed a church for Victory in Cainta. Nag-brown out last Sunday. Tinext ako ng pastor. Sabi niya, Mike, sabi niya ganun, brown out dito, pero dinig ako hanggang sa likod. So, ang dami ng comment, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. Well, again, the thing kasi is that the sound system should only reinforce the voice. Yun ang importante ron eh. So, maski na wala kang sound system, pag tama ang acoustics ng lugar mo, you have to understand, in Epidaurus is one of the famous Greek amphitheaters. Wala naman silang sound system doon, pero narinig hanggang doon sa taas. Why? Because the Greeks had scientifically designed it. Ang sikreto pala doon is the stone that they use. Basically, it's the same stone that they use sa mga buildings sa Israel. Ang tawag doon? Limestone. Limestone pala is a combination of diffusion and absorption. Kaya perfect. It was the last time, during that time that we went to Israel, it was December. O magdi-December. I can't remember anymore. But anyway, merong isang church doon na yung grupo, they would let the groups sing in the church. It's not, the church is not, they don't hold anymore services or, diba, nung araw naman kasi puro either Orthodox, Catholic, ganun eh. No? But anyway, yung group kasi namin, karamihan doon praise and worship members. So kumanta kami doon sa simbahan, ang ganda-ganda. So ina-analyze ko, bakit ganito? Ang ganda ng tunog, ang ganda ng praise and worship. Pati yung kasama ng iba-ibang churches to, praise and worship groups of different churches. There are siguro about mga 70 of us. Ganon, no? Parang 2 bus kami noon eh. Na ganon, no? And we started singing in that church and it really sounded so good, no? So I was trying to analyze how things are. And then when I started doing my research and everything, yung pala sa Israel, bawal ang gumamit ka ng ibang stone or construction material kundi limestone. And one of the things that is nalaman na nung mga ng mga Greeks as early as that time is limestone is a good acoustical material. Okay? So, no matter how good your sound system is, if the acoustics of the space is bad, you will not get decent results. Sound system requirements should go hand in hand with the acoustics of the space. Dapat mag-asawa. Tapos, yung sound system design should follow the intended use. Hindi yung sobra-sobra. Dapat tama lang ang sistema. All right, so this is a detailed look into the church sound requirements. No? Ito yung setup. The signal flow is very important. It's very good, very, very important to understand signal flow. The reason behind that is because that's your working map. Yan yung Waze ninyo o yan yung Google Maps na tinatawag. Kung saan papasok yung ganito, saan lalabas, saan papunta, etc., etc. So this is just a typical. No? So if you notice, there's a mixer, you have your stage box over there na pinapasukan din ng microphones, and then your wireless microphones, and then your instruments and everything else, and then your monitoring, and then yung front of house nandito. Okay? So more or less, yan ang typical. It's not really what it should be, but it is more or less how it should be. All right. Now, microphones. The reason why I want to discuss these things is because ang akala kasi nung iba is that microphones is it, and that's it. No. Microphones are transducers, and they are supposed to amplify the voice or sound of musical instruments. Okay? And then, they transform acoustic energy into electronic energy, and they pick up the sound from source, or of the source. So, importante yun. And the thing is, it is also important that you have to know what kind of microphone you're using. For example, this microphone I'm using, we know that it's wireless kasi walang wire eh. But is it condenser or is it dynamic? Magkaiba yan eh. Ang dynamic microphones kasi, basically, these are the more, you might say, robust type microphones that are used more often than not by a lot of people. SM57, SM58, mga dynamic microphones yun. May mga usage yan. The reason behind that is because if you use a microphone na kunwari condenser mics, sometimes it picks up a lot of other sounds, nagkakaroon ka ng feedback. And pag nagkakaroon ka ng feedback, problema. Kala mo ngayon may problema dun sa sound system mo, yung pala, it starts from the microphone. No? Okay, and then polar patterns is another thing to consider. Ano, the condenser microphones. Yung condenser microphones are normally these are microphones that need some form of electricity to function. Kasi mahina ang signal nun. Ngayon, mayroong 48 phantom power na tinatawag. Yun ang nagpa-power ng mikrofono para ilabas yung signal niya. And then you have to consider the polar patterns, cardioid, supercardioid, hypercardioid, omnidirectional, figure 8. Those are things that you have to understand. But if you look at this one, for example, this is cardioid. Now, why is it called cardioid? Cardioid is heart. Ang pattern dito kasi is parang puso. So, this is on axis. I'm talking on axis. But when I talk this way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See? Nawawala. Okay? Yan, no? So, cardioid kasi, ang pick-up niya mula rito hanggang dito, tapos habang gumagano, humihina. Para wala kang feedback. Yun ang use niyan. So more often than not, it should be a cardioid microphone. Normally, you don't use condenser mics as much for live applications. Although, ginagamit din. No? Yung ear-worn, normally are condenser mics. Pero again, what is it? Ano ang polar pattern? Ang pinakamaganda is to make use of condenser mics for the pastor, but at the same time, it has to be cardioid or directional. Para yung omni kasi, ang pick-up nun all over. Pag nagsalita ka rito at saka nagsalita ka rito, dapat pareho ang volume. Okay? Musical instrument, well, normally, the way it is that these are things that has to be considered. If your source is really bad, ang output bad. So, kunwari, yung kumakanta, part of the praise and worship group, wala sa tono talaga lalabas, whether you like it or not. Although nowadays, pwede mo naman gamitan ng mellotron, o pwede mong gamitan meron kasing ginagamit sila for live applications na pang tono sa live. No? Yung ganon. But yung mga ginagamit nila Beyonce, although Beyonce is a very good singer, pero ang hirap kasi nung habang kumakanta ka, sumasayaw eh. Wala ka sa tono talaga eh. So may mayroong parang kinukontrol ng pitch ng singer para in tune pa rin. No? But that's not normal for applications in a church. Although there are some situations, depende on how you know. So it has to be in tune, it has to be pleasant sounding from the very start, it has to be clear, resonant, intelligible. Ang tone nung pag nagsasalita should be conversational. Hindi gaya ng mga newscaster natin dito sa Pilipinas. Oh, mga kaibigan! Parang, di ba, yung gano'n ng boses. Akala mo, tinatakot ka. Akala mo, mayroon ng invasion ng gagaling sa outer space. Di ba? That's one thing I couldn't understand with a lot of these people, no? They're already holding a microphone, and yet they shout. Mikrofono, nilalakasan na nga yung boses mo, ina-amplify na yung boses mo Yung ganon. So, it's better if you just talk normally because you're just conversing. Para ka nag-uusap lang. Di ba? So, conversational tone, and then of course, the other thing is proper pronunciation, articulation. I mean, especially for those people who are grammar police, di ba? Like, kanina yung oath-taking ng aking anak, yung MC, although maganda yung boses niya, yung regulatory board, regulatory, ganun siya, regulatory. So every time he says that regulatory, yun na nga, na-affectuhan ako. No? Kasi mali di ba? So if you are facing an audience and you're supposed to be doing an MC yung job, di ba? Dapat tama yung pronunciation mo. Di ba? Hindi pronunciation, kundi pronunciation. Kasi po, DJ ako nung araw. Nagtuturo ako ng mga announcers sa mga newscasters. Kasi in reality, broadcaster ako eh. Anyway, so proper pronunciation and articulation. Hindi articulation. Hindi ba? Parang, may mga sasalita ganun eh. Di ba? I don't know if you've noticed, no? Articulation. Masyadong, articulation. Wala naman sa diksyonaryo yan. Di ba? Okay. All right, so microphones, if you are using a microphone, if on mic stand, keep your mouth to the mic capsule distance. Ganito kasi yan. There's such a thing as what they call proximity effect. Look at what happens. Nilapit ko yung aking boses, yung aking bibig sa mikrofono. And look at what happens. Ito po yung boses ko. And this is halos kabit. What happens now, if I pull it out, anong nangyayari? And humihina, but, mas clear, exactly, as compared to this. Because there is such a thing as proximity effect. So the way it should be, the microphones should not be closed mic'd unless necessary. Normally, it should be 2 to 4 inches away. Okay? Yan ang proper. Yan ang turo sa amin sa broadcast. Ngayon, yung mga egoy, pag kumanta, dikitan. Kasi, rap music yun eh. Rap music. yung mga yung mga rock singers naman, dinidikit din nila. The reason behind that is because gusto nila ma-distort yung sound. It's part of the sound eh. It's part of the ambience. Kaya dikit na dikit. Tapos not only that, yung mga kasama niyang banda kasi, ang lalaki ng amplifier sa likod eh. Di ang ingay, pipick upin ng mikrofono. Kasi whether you like it or not, yung mikrofono, pipick up nito eh. Okay? So, it should have some sort of a distance. So, kung nakatayo kang ganon, you should never go out of the distance. Always keep a constant distance. Yung ginagawa ng ibang singer, ayaw ko kung napansin nyo, kasi the microphone in itself, if you don't understand the microphone, then the microphone is capable of handling up to about 130, 150 dB. Kaya niyan, mikrofono. No, depende kung anong klase mikrofono. But there are some singers, when they sing, they'll hit the high notes. That's not true. Alam niyo kung bakit nilalayo nila yung mikrofono? Wala kasi sila sa tono. Oh, kasi the only way that, di ba, and then they go, kapalagay natin 1 cent ang layo. Hindi eksakto eh. Di ba? Hindi yung, kundi, So, anong gagawin mo? Ilalayo yung mikrofono para hindi niyo marinig. Hindi niya abot eh. I know some singers who actually do that on purpose because hindi talaga nila kayang abutin. And these are very famous singers na kilala nyo. Totoo yan. Anyway, handheld, hold the mic properly. What does that mean? Yan. This is basically what happens. No, if you've noticed, yung proper way of handling the microphone, which is, kasi ang mikrofono, mayroon mahabang ganito. Ang purpose nito, nandito yung electronics. At saka minsan may baterya yan, ganon, na nasa loob. No? At the same time, yung kamay ho, dito nilalagay ang hawak ng mikrofono. Like for example, that one, yung first. Tignan nyo yung signal flow. Diretso. flat ang response. Yung pangalawa, medyo dikit ng konti rito. But what happens is almost flat also. Okay? But look at yung egoy type of singing, which is here. Sa may, pangalan to? Grill. Look at what happens pag hinawakan mo dito. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Ano nangyari? Nabago ang dispersion ng mikropono. So, anong result nun? Feedback. So if let's say you have 5 singers and everybody's holding the microphones this way, feedback ho labas niyan. So you should never hold the microphone here. Doon ho sa tinatawag nilang handle. Microphone handle, dito ho yan. Okay? So if you've noticed, or for example, that one, look at that, yung second to the last, yung inahawakan na, yung kunwari, lalagyan nila dito. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Ang magiging response din, nagkakaroon ng kulot. Oh? That's bad. So handling the microphone is very important. It's the same thing as when you mic instruments. We probably won't have to go into miking, kasi ang pinakamahirap i-mic in reality would be your drum set. But here in this church, ginagamit nila electronic, which is actually good because you can control things. No? But yung mga acoustic instruments kasi, like drum set, for example, mahirap i-mic yan unless marunong ka talaga. And there are techniques of doing it. But anyway, we'll discuss it later on because... Okay, and here, the source, the voice is king. Ang pinaka-importante sa lahat, dapat ang pinakamalakas, hindi drummer. Ang pinakamalakas, hindi gitara. Ang pinakamalakas, hindi yung piano o yung keyboards. Ang pinakamalakas, dapat yung boses. The voice should be the king. So it should always be, the voice should be the one in front. Dapat ang ratio should be something like 60% voice, 40% instrument. Background lang yung instrumento pambigay lang ng yun That's actually the reason why you have singing called a cappella. And there are a lot of good a cappella groups without instruments and they sound good. Sila-silang puro boses yung ginagamit nilang instrumento. Okay? Voice is king. And then you have your mixers. Analog or digital consoles or hybrid. How many inputs are you going to use? Ang sistema kasi niyan is that the choice of mixer depends primarily on your need, the need of the church, and at the same time, the expansion plans of the church. For example, palagay natin, yung simbahan, mayroon kayong kantata. So you would need a lot of microphones. Well, you can actually solve that by, pwede naman kayo magrenta rin ng microphone, another mixer, i-daisy chain lang ninyo, and you have additional mixers. But why do that when, in the first place, from the very onset, you can afford something a little bit bigger? Like, for example, instead of getting 8 input mixer, 12 input mixer, you go na lang into 16. Now, if you have more funds, you probably can go into 24. Kasi, the more inputs you have, the more flexibility you're going to have. Now, is it going to be analog or digital? It doesn't matter. Pareho. As a matter of fact, mas mahal ngayon ng analog consoles compared to digital. Yung mga digital consoles now are, you can get one for something like about, siguro mga 40,000, gano'n na lang But the analog consoles, there are some also that are hybrid. Yung Soundcraft, for example, is a combination of analog and digital control. That's very nice because andun na lahat ng kailangan mo, nandun ang effects, nandun ang mga whatever kailangan. And then, yun na nga, onboard features. Anong kailangan? Para wala ka ng mga outboard gears, kapag nag-digital ka, you might as well make use of yung front-of-house equalization. No? Para from your mixer, you can actually control already your equalization and everything. And then, how many auxiliary inputs and outputs would you need? And then, also effects. Yung iba, merong digital delay and then different kinds of effects. So, depende. Titignan nyo. But then the thing is, the way it is that the more features a mixer has, the more expensive it becomes. Yun naman. So, titignan nyo yung, always make sure that you compare your pesos, on your budget compared to what you need. No? Palaging ganon. Kasi I've known some churches that they start buying, let's say, equipment, and then after a few months, so probably about a year, sasabihin ng worship team, Pastor, kailangan nating mas malaking mixing board kasi kulang na tayo ng inputs eh. Kung from the very onset, nag-save muna bago bumili ng bagong mixer, and then pinag-aralang mabuti, it would have been easier as compared to bumili ka na ng mixer pero kulang naman, for your future use. Okay? All right. Ito is very important. See, make sure that the placement of the of the loudspeaker should always be towards the audience. Kasi, one thing you have to consider is you always have to consider the fact that your loudspeaker, ito, section, pangalan to, yung horizontal dispersion ng loudspeaker, no, is horizontal is this way. Okay? Ang horizontal dispersion depends, no? In the case of mga point source, normally, again, iba-iba ang bawat loudspeaker. Normally, this is 60 degrees. Horizontal, yung coverage. Okay? Tama. Horizontal dispersion. Yung vertical dispersion, which is dispersion from up down, normally is about 40 degrees. That's actually the reason why naka-toe in yung mga loudspeakers na yan. Naka-toe in, nakaganon, para yung dispersion niya hindi tumatama dun sa walls. Although yung dispersion niya towards the walls, ina-absorb naman ng mga panels na yan. So it's okay. Pero mas maganda kung i-concentrate mo. Kaya nakapasok yan, nakaturo lahat sa audience. And at the same time, nakatumba because we know na 60 degrees to eh. Okay? Para na makukuha pa rin yung front mo, makukuha yung back mo. Normally, the way we do it is we put a laser pointer dun sa loudspeaker. Ilalagay namin dun sa taas ng loudspeaker. Tapos tuturo namin dun sa likod. About 1 meter from the back. So again, these are just typical of what the secrets that we do. But the other thing is also it depends on what loudspeaker you're going to use. These are point source loudspeakers. No? Tapos with a bass bin. Ganun ang sistema. So, we go now into... Saan na siya? Yun. So, etong sistema, if you notice, yung una, yung flat floor, nakaturo palagi sa baba. Hindi siya nakataas na ganun. Kasi wala naman nakikinig sa taas unless mayroon kang balcony. No? Pero normally, the balcony kasi is a totally different area, acoustic space. So dapat iba ang nun. Kasi ang concentration mo is more where a lot of people congregate, which is actually the lower portion. So kung flat floor, ganoon. Pag angled, pwede nakadiretso. The reason behind that is nasa taas na siya, pero nakaganon pa rin. Okay? And then, stage plus flat floor. Kasi ito naman, naka-rake yung upuan parang sinihan. Okay? This other one, the last one is stage. May stage mataas, pagkatapos diretso lang yung floor. So, if you've noticed, yung tilt niya, may mga minus 10 degrees. Okay? It's very important that those things are followed primarily because of intelligibility. Yan yung mga S's, yan ang mga T's and everything else. Pag hindi tama kasi ang point ng yung loudspeaker, hindi mo maririnig yung mga yun eh. It's not very clear. Okay? Look at this. This is a church before in Mandaluyong. Tingnan nyo naman yung loudspeaker, oh. Kaya ang nangyayari dito, we used to go to this church before. Ang nangyayari ngayon dito, nilalakasan nila yung yung kanilang volume. Kasi hindi nakatama yung mga loudspeaker sa tao eh. Nakatama sa wall sa taas. Eh wala namang taas eh. Kaya ano? Tapos yung bass nila nandun sa itaas. Eh that's correct. Okay lang yon. You can actually have subwoofers na nakasabit. But the most important thing is that you have to gauge in terms of which one is better. Here kasi, in this case, the reason why it's placed in front is because ang subwoofers, pabilog ang tapon yan eh. And when it's on floor, you actually add 6 dB of volume as compared nung nasa taas. So, give and take. Yun ang mga ano. And then, not only that, this kind of loudspeakers, they're JBLs. Those are, if I'm not mistaken, those are ARX ba? Models. Those kind of loudspeakers are actually done in such a way that talagang nakasabit sa itaas yung kanilang subwoofers. And then, the configuration of this church, pahaba. Kanina, yung horizontal na papahabang ganon. Tapos yung stage nasa gitna. That's the reason why meron pang isang loudspeaker doon sa tabi, sa likod, to cover yung side. Samantalang if it's rectangular na pahabang ganon, dalawang loudspeaker lang is good enough to travel all the way through. Okay? Ito, isa pa. Look at that setup. Tingnan niyo yun ang audience, nasa baba. Pero tingnan niyo yung mid-high nila na loudspeakers. Saan nakaturo? Nakaturo sa wall. Tapos itinaas pa yung subwoofer nilagay dun sa box. So, in reality, by putting that up in a box, you actually already decrease the volume of something like about 6 dB. When in the first place, pag nilapag mo yun sa wall, sa floor, kasi diretso sa vibration dun sa floor you gain 6 dB. See, this is actually an example of how sound system suppliers do not understand how sound is. Akala kasi nila, pag naglagay ka ng loudspeaker, dinig lahat. No, it doesn't happen that way. Ang high frequency, very directional. Yung mga very high frequencies, very directional yan. Low frequency, pwedeng all over. No? Okay? So, mind your positioning. It's very important. Tama naman yung positioning niya. The reason behind that is because he's trying to prevent feedback. But then, the thing is this, itinaas mo yung subwoofer. So, yung mga taong kunwari manunood dito, natatakpan yung performer. It's the same thing as kung kunwari you have your loudspeaker here and then yung subwoofer nandito sa harap. Di ba? So, mali yung positioning. So, that's very important. Kasi it's not only the sound that you're after, also the sight lines is very important. It's part of communication. It's part of your being able to reach out to your audience. Okay? Okay. Lobing. Yung dalawa kasing magkakabit na ganun, dalawang loudspeaker na magkakabit na ganun, nagkakaroon ng lobing. Ang dispersion yan, kunwari isang ganon, tsaka isang ganon, magkakabit, ang dispersion nakaganon, tsaka nakaganon. See, itong area to is actually a lobe. Nagka-cancel yan. I mean, electronically, you can actually cure that. Or you can splay it like in this case. No? At saka ito naman, it's no problem because it's, ang dispersion kasi nito pabilog . So it won't matter. Actually, kung susukatin natin yan, may konting lobing. But that's actually the reason why yung mga loudspeakers na ganito, ganun ang shape. Para pag pinagtabi mo, yan, ganyan. Kaya ganun ang shape ng mga loudspeakers . Nakatumba, hindi square or hindi rectangular. Nakatumba na talaga. Para pag pinagkabit mo, very minimal na ang lobing. It's the same thing as this one. See, the reason why it's done that way is because pag dinapa mong ganun, eksakto sa talent, sa singer. Okay? Okay. All right. Now, what is it going to be? Are you going to get a point source or a line array? Ang magic word kasi in a lot of churches now is line array. Ang sagot dyan, it depends on your needs. Etong kung point source, like this ones, for example, point source, ito yung mga pros. Ito yung cons niya. Limited scalability. That means na pag dinagdagan mo, hindi kasing ganda as compared to yung talagang scalable type loudspeakers. But the pros are, it does not require software for calibration, ability to provide greater coverage from fewer loudspeakers, financial considerations, they're cheaper than line arrays, smooth even dispersion and high definition through lack of destructive interference. Kasi they're really, kumbaga yung design has been proven. It's an old design that has been used, 100 years? Ganun na yung design yan yung point source. So these loudspeakers are actually point source. Compared sa, so ito pa, point source, ito pa mga you can actually take a picture of it para you can review it later on. Ito ang mga cons. Ayan, nagkakaroon ng mga comb filtering pag mali ang positioning mo. At tapos yun nga, yung inverse square law effect, minus 6 dB ang loss. As you double, habang lumalayo ka, dun sa kung saan yung positioning ng speaker, you lose 6 dB ng 6 dB, 6 dB ng 6 dB. Okay, so ito ang Ang interference ng point source kasi nababawasan mo pero you cannot totally eliminate it. Now, let's go into line array. Yon, ang pros niya, good pattern control, SPL over distance. Ang line array kasi is designed for churches na mahahaba. They're actually designed for concerts. They're actually designed for stadiums. Ganun yun Kaya ang layo ng bato niya. Isa pa kasi, while 6 dB yung nawawala ng point source, ang line array is only 3 dB. So, maski na malayo ka, konti ang nababawas sa lakas ng line array. Ang sistema lang ng line array is that yung dispersion niya is very wide. And yung dispersion in terms of yung horizontal is very wide. Yung vertical is very small. Kaya ang daming loudspeakers na ginagamit. Kaya sunod-sunod. Okay, if you want to take a picture of this, but you'll have a general idea of the differences between point source and line array. Very wide coverage pattern. Masyadong malaki. Sometimes there are some loudspeakers na line array na 120 ang dispersion niya. So kung malaking-malaki yung simbahan mo, okay lang kasi naku-cover niya entire. At saka malayo ang bato. But the problem is that line arrays are a bit expensive. And the real line arrays are very expensive. Kasi maraming China na in reality are not line arrays. They look like line arrays but in reality they're point source. So nagbayad ka ng napakamahal, yung pala yung function ng loudspeakers mo are the same as getting an ordinary loudspeaker. And both can actually work well. I mean, I've seen some concerts and I've seen some situations wherein yung mga point source, like for example this one, I mean, works pretty well. Ang ganda ng dispersion. Diba? Equal na equal all the way throughout. So, why spend on something like, I mean, can you imagine if we put a line array here and one line array here, unang-una, it becomes unsightly kasi ang haba Siguro 4 per side. So, nakaganon yan, laki. Tapos, yung energy, nandun, pumupunta dun sa kabila. Hindi mo kailangan, bounce ka na lang ng bounce. Ano nang mangyayari? Problema. Diba? Okay, here's some more. Ayan, require more time, people, and cost per setup, breakdown, and align properly. And it requires external software calculation to support the setup accurately for optimum dispersion. In other words, hindi lang isasabit mo and that's it. Hindi. It doesn't happen that way. Dapat yun kinakalculate mo, pinupoint mo yung bawat driver in such a way that yung coverage area mo is good. Okay? Ito pa. Ano, same pala yun. Okay. Now, how do you choose your loudspeaker? First is you have to take into consideration itong mga to. Unang-una, yung space, yung area, yung operation nyo, yung sightline, at saka saan manggagaling yung tunog? Which source? Okay, those are very important. Like what I explained earlier, can you imagine? Very unsightly. Kaya hindi ako naniniwa. Ngayon kasi, hindi lang kasi yung audio ang pinapakinggan ng tao eh. Pinapanood kayo sa simbahan eh. Iba na ang worship ngayon eh. So can you imagine if the pastor will be worshiping, tapos makikita mo na giant loudspeakers left and right, tapos punong-puno ng subs. And then tatamaan ng camera yung mga nanonood sa streaming nila. Sabihin nila, bakit ganun? Punong-puno naman sila ng loudspeakers. Hindi naman ganun ang kailangan. So those are things that you have to consider. Space, ano ba yung laki ng lugar? Yung area ng lugar in itself, area in terms of yung footage, yung space in terms of yung taas, di ba? Your operation. For example, there are a lot of churches, pagdating sa operation in terms of yung gamit ng audio and video, isang tao na lang nag-ooperate. So those things have to be considered, no? Pwede bang combo na lang, isang tao na lang ang mag-ooperate and everything will work out well? Well, now with machine intelligence and AI, medyo nawawala na yung mga mixers. Kasi yung AI ngayon, you can ask them to do everything that you want and they'll tell you. Well, hindi pa masyadong nagagawa, but that's part of robotics already. Parang parating na yung Terminator face. Diba yung natatandaan nyo yung moving Terminator? Ganun na eh. Okay. So, yun ang una. Low ceiling height does not allow larger concert line arrays to be hung. Kung mababa yung yung regular 2.4 lang, magla-line array ka ba? Parang, what for? Di ba? Narrow spaces like long rectangular rooms can be problematic for line arrays. Point source systems might be better alternatives. For example, this one. This is not really a very narrow church. Tama lang siya, no? Yet, we only have this kind of loudspeakers and they're not unsightly. In other words, alam mo may speaker. No? Nadidinig nyo, mayroong loudspeaker, may amplification and everything else and it works out well. Ang sabi ko nga, Pastor, pwede nyo nga ninyo pintahan niya ng puti. Mawala yan. And it looks well. Okay? And then, if it's going to be for speech-dominant places, point source is a better choice. Kung yung worship naman is really mainly sermons, ganun, word, whatever, Bible studies, konti yung praise and worship, okay. Yung deep spaces, mahabang-mahaba, then you're talking of line arrays. Yung gain before feedback, if you are using lavalier is your neck microphone, yung kinakabit dito. Normally, omnidirectional. Normally, you don't use that in a stage situation. The reason behind that is because since omnidirectional, ang nangyayari, sinasagap niya lahat ng sound, puro kayo feedback. Isang pastor lang ang gustong-gustong gumamit niyan na gusto niya lavalier microphone, si Brother Eddie Villanueva. Siya lang alam kong gumagamit niyan. But most of the pastors I know, lahat na sila ginagamit nila ear-worn. Yung mga kulay parang skin na nakaganon lang dito. I mean, that's very good. The reason behind that is because maski na saan ka tumingin, di ba, nakakabit pa rin sa'yo. Yung mga line arrays, they're very good if you're using lavalier microphones. Pero pagdating sa directivity, ang importante kasi sa line array, if you want directivity, especially for the low frequency, dapat mahabang-mahaba yung line array mo, which actually is very expensive. And then, again, do you need it? Okay, for aesthetics purposes, point source can be tucked in the roof or ceiling, but a line array just hangs. Wala talagang magagawa. Ganun talaga yung Hindi mo pwedeng ikahon ang ang line array. But yung point source, pwede. Union Church, for example, mamaya, I don't know if we can look at an example. Yung sa Union Church, for example, ang loudspeakers noon nakalagay sa hindi mo makikita. Yung CCF Alabang, yung loudspeaker din noon, hindi mo na makikita kasi nakatago lahat sa itaas. Nadidinig mo na lang yung sound. Now, power and SPL are factors, syempre, line array, because they're really designed for concert purposes. Pang malakasan talaga. But do you need that for a church? Hindi naman siguro, no? Kung malaking-malaki yung church mo, kasing laki ng, kunwari, CCF or siguro Araneta Coliseum, yeah, you need the line array. But kung hindi naman, if you're just a medium church, comfortable church and everything else, point source would be good enough, etc., etc. See, point source is typically 30% less in real product-to-product comparisons. Installation cost, that's another thing that you have to consider. Okay. Actually, in reality, there's really no such thing as what is best. It depends primarily on your needs. Best answer would be based on all factors put together. The discussion for the solution should be with you as church and your designer or provider. Pag-usapan nyo kung ano yun. Kasi kung kausap nyo yung seller, definitely yung mga sellers, they will push more for the more expensive equipment kasi mas malaki kita nila eh. Sabi nila, pastor, kailangan mo rito, mga 12 per side. O di, bingi kayo lahat. Di ba? Is that what you need? Di ba? So yon. Okay. Analyze the need, listen to the loudspeakers intently. That's the other thing. You have to listen to the loudspeaker. Yung UECP, United Evangelical Church of the Philippines, when we installed yung Meyer loudspeakers doon, okay, the main proponent, the one who actually donated the reconstruction of the church, si Mr. Pedro. Hindi Pedero, Mr. Pedro. Cecilio Pedro. Nadinig niyo na ba yung pangalan yun? Siya ang may-ari ng Happy Toothpaste. Narinig niyo na? Okay, Happy Toothpaste, siya ang may-ari nun. Okay, he's a Christian, very nice man, and he actually donated a lot of money for the renovation of UECP, United Evangelical Church of the Philippines. Ihinarap namin sa kanya, Acoustics, Meyer, ano yung sa Yamaha, Nexo, and there's one more. Basta apat yun. All the top brands. Pinatugtog namin isa-isa, and then pinapili namin. Sabi niya gano'n, Mike, ano yung speaker niyan? Sabi ko, Sir, Meyer ho yan. Magkano yan? Sabi ko, Sir, ganito ho yan. Sabi niya, yan ang kunin natin. So, alam niyo kung ilan ang nakasabit na ganun sa simbahan? 2. Ang laki ng United Evangelical Church of the Philippines. But you get what you pay for. That's what I'm trying to say. And since when I designed that church was really meant for a line array. It works. As a matter of fact, yung mga technicians na nagmi-mix doon, every time nakikita kami, Sir, iba talaga tunog sa UECP. Palagi nilang sinasabi yun. Ako naman, siyempre, na-humble na lang ako. Diba? That's the work of the Lord. Diba? Guidance ni Lord yan. Wala akong sinabi dyan. Anyway, so, listen to the loudspeakers intently. Kasi yung tunog na yon, once it's installed, the one that we placed sa Union Church, it's turbo sound. During that time, medyo mahal. Ano yun eh? 3 speaker yun eh. Merong front, yung frontal, center loudspeaker, center cluster, merong left cluster, merong right cluster. Turbo sound yun. Nakatago lahat yun. No, that cost a lot of money. But that has been in there for the past, 30 years? So, bawing-bawi na. Tapos, they're excited. Sabi nila ganun, Mike, pwede na ba natin palitan? Tapos, sabi ko, bakit? Sasawa na kami sa tunog eh. Pero gumagana pa. Sabi ko, bahala kayo if you have the money, the budget for it. So, dinagdagan nila, naglagay sila ng loudspeakers na RCF. That's one that they're using right now. It's actually a columnar type. And yung worship kasi sa UCM, originally organ music yan at saka choral eh. Ngayon, meron na silang banda. May contemporary worship na. It works out well. Okay. And then the other thing is, does it fit the budget? Hindi fit the budget. Yun ang pinaka-importante. Kaya ba natin bilhin? Well, in the case of Mr. Pedro, it was no problem. It's a donation. Kasi sabi niya gano'n, ano gagawin ko sa pera ko? Bibigay ko sa simbahan. Tsaka sa scholars and everybody else, di ba? So, nice. Nice gesture. Okay, now we go into mixing. Okay pa rin ba kayo? Sige, siguro we can open before we go into mixing, we can open up the floor now for questions, if you have some questions. Specific problem areas. Wala? Ano? Wala kang question. Sige, go ahead. Tayo lang naman eh. Para lang tayo nagkukwentuhan dito eh. Yes. Sige, come on. I encourage you to ask questions. Yeah.
Gusto lang po tanong kung ano po yung malakas ba yung boss? Gusto po itanong po ano po yung right positioning ng stage. If ever that yung church mo parang
Anong saan mas malaki? Okay.
L-type yung ano.
is it advisable na hindi po stage or according po sa sinabi ng parang
Well, depende, no? Okay, so i-drawing natin. That's good. Ganon, no? Ganon yung ano, no? Now, there are considerations that you have to... Saan yung doors? Ito? Ito. Malapit doon? Dito? Dito? Okay. All right. Now, there are considerations that you have to consider. There are considerations that you have to consider. There are considerations that you have to put into mind. Unang-una, ilang seating ang gusto nyo? So far, napupuno din ito. Ha? Tama na, nandito yung stage nyo ngayon, no? Right? Ano yung kulay pula na nakaganon dito?
medyo elevated din po yan.
Ito nasa taas. Ito nasa baba.
Yes po.
Tapos nandito yung ano nyo. Ito, nandito ang controls nyo ng multimedia.
Multimedia, tapos dito po gilid yung speaker na isa.
Okay, tapos mayroon kayong loudspeaker here.
Tapos meron po speaker po dito. Dito po pantay. Kasi po dito po yung instruments.
Andito ang instruments ninyo. Okay. Naglagay kayo ng drum booth dito. Tapos dito yung isang banda ron. Okay. All right. Now, this is what happens when you have a configuration like this. Ang magiging problema nyo rito is balance. No? In other words, etong loudspeakers na to, na binablock nito. Mailalabas ba ninyo ito dito? Yun ang problema. Kasi, if you've noticed, you have to consider, again, let's go back into dispersion. Ano to point source? No? Definitely. Maliit lang nung simbahan eh. See, ito, if this is 60 degrees, and this one is 60 degrees, ang naririnig lang ng congregation is to.
Kaya po yung speaker, tinitilt po namin towards the opponents.
Ginanon nyo dito, pag ganon. Okay.
Parang triangular po yung dalawang speaker.
Right, okay. So nilagay nyo itong loudspeaker dito. Para ganon, para ang tapon niya supposed to be, would be tapon ganon, at saka tapon na ganon. More or less, no? 60 degrees. Okay, now here's the problem. The problem now is that you have a disparity in terms of distance. From here, and this one. See, ito nauuna, ito nauhuli. So, ang magiging problema nyo ngayon is time alignment. Do you get it? Kasi, as much as you can, what you want is you want your loudspeakers to be in line all the time. You get it? Kasi they're main front of house loudspeakers eh. Now, if you can place this somewhere around here, para maging pantay, mas maganda. But then, ang mangyayari, yung loudspeakers yung ganyan, hinahamper ngayon yung mga nandito. That's one. Number two, ang problema nyo, since yung mixing position nyo, multimedia nyo, nandito, hindi nyo naririnig ng tama. Kasi, ang mixing position should always be part of the audience. Kung ano naririnig ng audience should be the one that is heard by your mixer. Ganun naman. Now, okay. So, you were saying, so kung pwede niyong gawin yan, na maiurong ito ngayon, or kung pwede niyong isabit, gaya nito, it would have been better. I-align nyo sa way na nakatama talaga sa congregation. So kung ito nakasabit nandun sa taas, libre ito, nakikita nyo talaga. But you put your mixing guy instead of here, you probably, kasi ganito ang problema with a lot of areas ng mga simbahan is that they mix by the wall. Yung wall kasi, pag nakaposition ka, kunwari palagay natin, ako yung nagmi-mix, nandito ako nagmi-mix. Etong wall na to is giving me more bass than usual. So, ang mangyayari, since ang feeling ko is at ang lakas ng bass, bawas na ako ng bawas ng bass. Pagdating doon sa harap, wala ka ng bass. Thinning labas. Because of this. It's hard wall. See, tumatama dyan yung bass bumabalik sa'yo Kasi nandito ka It's the same thing as when you have a loudspeaker and you put it by the wall, mas malakas ang bass. Habang nilalayo mo yung loudspeaker, humihina yung bass. Actually, the perfect place, like for example in this hall, the perfect place sana ng mixing position would be somewhere around, si pastor doon nakaupo, yung likod ni pastor. But the problem is that pag naglagay ka dyan ng mix position, sayang na yung upuan mo. Kaya the other way of doing it is you put it up. So in this case, ang ginawa nila, nilagay nila doon. Which is to a certain extent tama rin. Okay? Now, in this case, what you do is if you can transfer, maski na yung yung nagmi-mix. Yung nagmi-mix ng music, ilagay nyo rito. Wag sa kanto dapat nandito. Pero ilayo nyo siya, kaya lang it'll take up space. Ilayo nyo siya at least about mga 600 mm or 60 cm or 24 inches or 2 feet away from the wall. Okay, that's one. Number two, dapat ito nakapad ng absorptive material na makapal. Parang ganyan, Para yung energy na pumupunta dyan na base, aabsorbe niya. So, hindi babalik dun sa mixer. So, ang mangyayari, balanse ang tunog ng simbahan. Okay. So, ginawa natin ang paraan yon. Now, the other thing is what you were thinking about, which is you put the stage, but again, it'll take up real estate. Pwede niyong ilagay siguro yung drum booth niyo dito if you want, no? And then what happens now if you have this kind of configuration, you remove these guys also, you put them all here. Ngayon, and then you put your loudspeakers dito, and then the other one is somewhere around here. Now, your question is, what happens to this? It's good, because that one disperses the sound. Yeah, so pag tama nung sound dito, pupunta ron. Eto, pag diretso, pag tama rito, papunta ron. So, it evenly distributes it to a certain extent. It's not the best solution for it because, again, you have to consider the acoustics of the space. But what you can probably do is that you kind of do an experiment. Kasi naka-standy lang naman yung loudspeakers nyo, di ba? Subukan yung ilagay yung isang speaker dito at saka isang speaker dito, parap nyo ganyan. Tapos pakinggan nyo. Try lang ninyo para wala muna kayong gagalawin. Tapos dahan-dahan yung i-toe in. Toe in is when you put the loudspeakers inside this way. And then tingnan nyo, kung balanse na lahat yung loudspeakers nyo, tama-tama, the best way is to put in a signal, a pink noise signal. Are you familiar with pink noise? Yung pshhh, gano'n, nakakatulig yun eh. Tapos, if you can measure it, there are some free SPL meters sa internet, no? Na you can actually make use of. Na you can measure yung SPL. Malalaman nyo naman, tuturo nyo doon, tapos tignan nyo, ang deviation lang naman yan plus or minus 3 dB. Pag equal yun, hanggang ma-achieve nyo yung perfect positioning, then you listen. And then you play music. Balanse ba? Ganyan. Tapos, kung okay, then have everybody else listen. And everybody approves, then you do it. Kasi ano yan eh, crucial yung gagawin nyo eh. In other words, it's a major renovation pag ginawa nyo yan eh. Kasi magbabago yung stage nyo and everything else. Di ba? Your church is under renovation now. Okay. So hindi ginagamit ngayon? Pero ibig sabihin, are you using it as a worship area na ngayon? Also at the same time, habang nire-renovate. Okay, so kung ganun, so kung nandun pa yung mga gamit and everything else, pwede nyo mag-experiment kayo. Tignan nyo kung saan may pinakamagandang response. Kasi, pag nilagay mo naman dito, mas asiwa ang dispersion. This one is okay also to a certain extent, yung dito lang. Unless ang gagawin nyo, igaganyan nyo yung stage. So ang main focus will be here. Kasi itong mas malaki eh. Tapos, yung ancillary system nyo, nandito pa rin, pero pwede kayong maglagay ngayon dito ng mga upuan. At the same time, siguro, yung dalawang loudspeakers ninyo, yung frontal, would be facing this way, and you put one more loudspeaker facing this way. So, lalagyan nyo ng field speaker. Isa man lang, para marinig nila yung ano. Yung pag weird yung positioning talaga, you will need more loudspeakers eh. So, it becomes a little costly. Yun. So, try it. Like I said, try it. Now, if you have some other questions regarding it, you can actually message me. No? Or you can get in touch with me sa email, tracksacoustics@gmail.com. I'm easily reached. Or Mike Pedero. Okay, so any other questions? Yes. Okay. Okay. Sige, sige, sige.
So, yung sa church po kasi namin, pa-cross po yung setup. Bali yung pahaba po yung...
Ang width ba niya equal? Equal ang width niya sa... Oo nga, pero ibig sabihin yung wings niya, equal, pareho ding... So, yung laki nito at saka laki nito pareho?
Hindi, mas manipis na po ng konti.
Mas maliit ito.
Opo, yung konti.
Tapos malaki ito. Oh. Weird.
And high ceiling pa rin po.
Okay, that's good. All right. So, ang yung simbahan nyo is like this, like that. Pagkatapos lumiit ito. Ganon?
Tama naman, diba?
Tama? Tapos ang doors saan? Dito. Gitna. Okay. Actually, this is a typical layout of a Catholic church. Diba? May nave. They call this nave. And then your altar is here. Ito hanggang dito? Ito? Dito? Ooh. Okay. Dito? Dito? Dito kayo naglagay? Tapos dito? Saan dito? Dito? Okay. Sa isa lang? Okay. Tapos, ang ano nyo, andito. Okay. Sure. Andito. Okay. So, itong praise and worship. Okay. Now, tapos, ilang rows dito? Anong klaseng seating ninyo?
Pews po.
Pews. Oh, what kind of a church is this?
Methodist po.
Methodist. Okay, yeah. Typical. Right. Okay. Right. And this one, eto, may pews din dito.
Ano po, lahat po sila paharap dun.
Ah.
Horizontal po lahat.
Okay. So ito, pag ganun.
Opo.
Alright. So ito, lahat to, pag ganun. Walang center aisle, ano? Meron pa rin. May center aisle, but at the same time, merong may side aisle dito. Oh, okay. More or less, anong laki nito? Ilang metro?
Gano'ng kalapad? Yung dalawang...
6 meters? Mga 6 meters? 6 meters approximately yan. Mula doon, papunta doon.
Yung pahaba natin, mas makitid ng konti. Hindi yung lapad.
$12 meters. So ito 12 meters to. 12 meters. Okay, so approximately, ginawa nyo, yung side aisle, 1.2. 1 meter. No, wait. Okay. Ito, ano ang measurement nitong aisle na ito?
I-on mo nga to.
May benches din po. Ito po yung bench po dito. Aisle po ito. Ito po.
Okay.
So dito po, approximately mga sa benches po, mga 6.
Ilan ang nakaupo? 10. So, more or less, ang isang tao kasi is approximately about, it's approximately about, feet, yeah. So, more or less, more or less. 0.7 kasi. But anyway. Okay. All right. Okay. More or less, I think I have a general idea. Pero ang pagka-cross nito, ano talaga ito? Cross na gano'n. 90 degrees ito, no? Gano'n ang sistema. Well, the way it is, since high ang ceiling, ang pinakamaganda nito is you can have one center cluster. Ganito yan. If this is your church, and then, ano to, no? Section. Maglagay kayo ng isang loudspeaker dyan sa itaas. No? Which is here. Isabit nyo dun sa itaas. And then, you can actually have this loudspeaker still in here, but servicing this area. And isa naman yung isa dito, servicing that area. Pwedeng ganun. And since nandito ito, ang magiging section yan kasi ganito eh. Ito yung bubong. Ito yung ano nyo, andito yung loudspeaker na central, ang tapon niyan buo. And if this is 60 degrees, cover ng lahat. Kasi manipis ito eh. So maski na isang loudspeaker lang, mako-cover na niya. Tapos ito, fill speakers ngayon dyan. Kasi in the first place, I don't think you mix in stereo, no? Because nobody mixes in stereo in the Philippines. So yun, pwede nyo gawin yung ganun. In other words, isang center cluster nandun sa itaas. This is actually the kind of system that they use primarily for the Seventh-day Adventist system. Kaya lang, naglalagay sila ng another, kasi mahahaba yung mga simbahan nila eh. Naglalagay sila ng fill speakers. Isa dito, maglalagay pa sila ng isa rito. Mahaba to. Etong speaker na to, naka-delay doon. Ito, delayed. By so many number of milliseconds. Ang milliseconds kasi, the way to adjust it is 1 millisecond is equivalent to 1 foot. 1 millisecond is 1 foot. So pag dinelay mo ito, and this is 15, or let's say, palagay natin 20 feet away, itong speaker na to is 20 feet from there, i-delay mo ito by 20 milliseconds. Dapat, ang idea niyan is that nadidinig mo pa rin, pag dito ka nakaupo, hindi mo nadidinig to. Ang nadidinig mo yun. So, mababa ang volume nito. Tanggal ang bass. That's how it's done. Those loudspeakers are supposed to be done that way. Yung mga nandito yung mga fill speakers. Ganon. So, that can be a configuration. That can be done. So, yeah. Any other question? Yes.
Susog po doon sa gano'n po kalaki yung speaker na nasa
Ito. Gaano kalakas ang praise and worship nyo? Malakas na malakas ba? Okay. No, because ang ano naman is you're just using this as monitors eh. Sa praise and worship ninyo, may monitor speakers kayo? So anong ginagamit nyo? In-ear? Okay. Mhm. Ito. Oo, yung nagpe-praise and worship nandito. Saan dito? Okay. No, dapat yung praise and worship, dapat kasama yung banda eh. Oo, so as much as you can, if you can have the praise and worship leader and the singers and everybody else be concentrated here, problema lang, magfi-feedback to eh. No, kasi maglalagay kayo ng microphone dyan eh. Ganun ang sistema. Or the other way of doing it, nandyan yung praise and worship group ninyo, nandito sila. Nakatago. No, nakatago. Yun lang. Kasi pag nilagay nyo sa gitna, pwede naman, pero ang layo ng banda. It doesn't happen that way. Para sa... Hindi, naka-in-ear naman kayo eh, di ba? Doon sa loudspeakers o sa monitors? Okay, here's is a very good question. Ang question nila, yung problema nila kasi ngayon is that ang nangyayari is that when they play, no, ang monitoring nila is in-ear, IEM. So naririnig nila, yung praise and worship group, naririnig nila yung sarili nila through in-ear. Pero pagdating sa balance, dun sa simbahan itself, mahina yung boses. Okay, may problema nun yung mixing. In other words, kasi ganito yan eh, the stage in itself, where the monitor is one acoustic space. Yung nandun, the audience portion is another acoustic space. So yung mix na nanggagaling doon, although to a certain extent, they also affect yung nasa stage. Walang pakialam sa mixing dito. Do you get it? So what I'm trying to say is that the one mixing the monitors should concentrate on the talents itself. And the one mixing the house should be concentrating on patapon doon. So pag kunwari ginagawa natin itong sistemang ganito, ang mangyayari is that the voice, the mixing, the front of house mixer should concentrate on the speakers here. Wala siyang pakialam dun sa praise and worship group. Iba kasi yung mix ng praise and worship group. Iba yung space eh. Magkaiba. No? So ang sistema nun, dapat yun, you make the mix as good as it can be using your in-ear. Ito ang nagiging problema kasi. A lot of monitors, gusto ninyong mangyari, lahat ng instrumento na narinig nyo. That does not happen. Unless you're using professional mixer, professional equipment, professional everything else. Ang importante lang is that you hear the voices. In other words, dapat ang lumalabas sa in-ear nyo, dapat boses lang ninyo, walang instrumento. Forget the guitars, forget the piano, forget whatever. Pwede siguro piano to a certain extent kasi yun ang guide nyo sa beat. No? At saka yung tonality. But yung voices should be the only one that should come out of your in-ear monitor. Kasi whether you like it or not, yung instrumento naman, maririnig din nyo kasi kukunin nyo na mikropono ng hawak-hawak nyo See? So, you never really mix for in-ear, for monitoring, especially for small churches, yung ganon. You don't mix the instruments. Like, there are some churches I've known, gusto nung gitarista, meron na siyang amplifier sa likod, may backline siya, meron na siyang in-ear, meron pa siyang monitor sa harap. Gusto niya, yung gitara niya, labas lahat dun. Ang laking problema. You know, that's actually the reason why I still belong to a band. My band is an old fogies band. I mean, we're all seniors, no? And we play. Every week yan. Walang patid yan. Sacred yung Wednesday. Tanong mo kay Dal. Pag Wednesday, you cannot find me because I'm with the band. Kasi sa banda namin, yung si may-ari ng audiophile is our keyboard player. The former sports commissioner, si Joey Mundo, drummer namin. Yung anak ni Anastasio Mamaril, ewan ko, kilala niyo si Anastasio Mamaril. Hindi na ninyo inabutan yun, ha? Yan ang famous orchestra nung araw, tiga Pangasinan yung mga yan, eh. No? Pag sinabi mong Anastasio Mamaril sa Bayside nung araw, sikat na sikat yan. Yung ganon, no? But anyway, so those are the band members. And I take care of putting all the instruments together, mixing and everything else. And that's where I experiment. No, papapaluin ko yung drummer. Oh, Joey, paano ka nga? Ganito, ganyan. You know how I mix and it sounds so good? Well, hindi naman so good, but I mean, okay lang, walang problema. I don't mic the amplifiers, the guitar amplifiers, kanya-kanyang volume. The bass, ayaw na ni Badong, yung aming bahista, na ipasok sa sub. Kasi, ang feeling niya, pag nandun siya sa likod, ang nangyayari, mas malakas sa kanya yung, although may amplifier siya, mas malakas yung bass. Kasi, that's true. Kasi sa wave yan eh. If you explain it, it's in the wave. Eksakto, yung layo niya, dun sa subwoofer, is eksaktong yung flow nung one full wave. So, nandito siya, pag dito siya nagbabaho, ang lakas. Sabi ko, umurong ka, pumunta ka rito. Ano nangyari? Humina. O, yun nga, pwede ka ba dyan? Hindi na pwede kasi katabi niya masyado yung drum. Nagtutulig siya. O, di balik siya doon. So, tinanggal ko na lang yung kanyang baho sa subwoofer. Hindi naman kailangan eh. Kami-kami lang naman para practice eh. Yung drums, alam niyo kailan ng mic? Isa. Why? Actually, yun sana i-discuss ko yun sa inyo sa express mixing. Oo, kasi the drum set, especially pag acoustic and drum, is the loudest instrument. Whether you like it or not. Walang volume po ang drum set. Unless mahinahon pumalo yung tao. Although I've seen some drummers, no, in some other churches and even mga professional circles, yung aking kapatid, si Nonong, si Pedero, may banda yan eh. And they play sa Club Filipino every Wednesday din, no? And yung drummer nila, mahinahon pumalo. And hindi siya minamaikan. But it sounds good. So what I'm just trying, kaso ang problema ng mga praise and worship group natin, dito sa mga simbahan natin, mga bata yung drummers, hataw. All the churches I've gone to, their biggest problem is the drummer. Tapos maglalagay kayo ng drum shield. That does not work. Sayang lang ang pera. Ang solusyon talaga niyan, mahinahon dapat yung drummer. That's one. Number two, yung sticks niya dapat yung parang broomsticks. Hindi solid. Sinong drummer dito? Ayun. Alam mo yung drumstick na hindi na pag hinataw mo mahina. Ha? Hindi, parang wood din. Parang parang walis. Parang walis na dami-dami. Yun. So, mas kinihataw mo, mahina pa rin ang There's another one, kaya lang a little unsightly. No? And I've learned this from seeing videos of the Beatles. Alam niyo ginagawa? Nilalagyan ng tuwalya. Yung snare. At saka yung toms. Tuwalya. So pag pinalo mo yung drums, tug-tug-tug-tug-tug, ganun lang. Wala yung bung, 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 wala yung resonance. And that's the other thing that I'd like to emphasize. The drum kit should never be mic'd. Ang feeling kasi nung iba, dapat yung drum kit may sariling mikrofono sa high tom, sa low tom, sa side tom. That's only true for recording. Or big stadiums, kasi hindi mo talaga maririnig. But if you're in a church situation, ganito kalaki, maglagay ka ng dito, ng drum kit, maski na walang mic yan, dinig. Ang kailangan lang yung bug. So, saan mo ilalagay yung mic? Sa kick. And that's what I do. Does it work? Yes. The Rolling Stones, for the longest time, Rolling Stones were talking of these guys who are multimillionaires who've been legends for a long time. You know how many mics they use for recording and live? 3. Ang engineer nila si Andy Johns, namatay na eh. Pero he's a very good guy. Siya nag-imbento nung miking technique na yun. Isang taas, isang nasa side, at saka isang nasa kick. That's it. And that's the sound of the Rolling Stones. And if you listen to the Rolling Stones records from the very start up to now, it sounded so good. Solid pa rin ang tunog. 3 mikrofono po. Ngayon, yung sa recording, you need 8 microphones. Kung mixer mo is only 12, 8 microphones, 4 na lang natitira. Minike mo kasi yung drums eh. Hindi naman kailangan eh. Ang kailangan mo, isa lang eh. O 2, the most, if you like. Kung medyo malaki-laki yung simbahan mo. Never mic the drum kit with a lot of microphones. That's only true for recording. Kasi nire-record mo eh. Kaya kailangan mo yung bawat isa para matimpla mo, para maano mo. Pero if you're playing live in not a stereo situation, hindi ka naman nagmi-mix in stereo eh. Yung ganun, hindi mo naman ginagawa yung although I've heard some engineers do that, foreigners, mga foreign engineers. Yung isang engineer na narinig kong ginawa yun, nagulat ako eh. Sabi ko, ginawa sa folk arts theater yun. Ang ganda pala pag ginawa mong stereo ang mix. Yung, kilala yung si Cliff Richard. Kilala niyo ba yun? Hindi. Hindi nila kilala si Cliff Richard. Kapanahon na namin yun. But anyway, yung drum, yung nagmimix sa kanya, ginawa yun sa mix, sa folk arts nung araw. Kayo rin, hindi na ninyo inabutan ng folk arts theater yata eh, no? Kasi ngayon yata, doon na lang si Ed Lapis eh. But nung araw, used to be a concert venue. Pag nakaupo ka ron sa audience area, madidinig mo talaga yung transfer ng gugulat ka eh. Alam niya kasi kung paano gawin. Alam niya mag-mic, alam niya what type of mic to use, alam niya lahat. But in a church situation, you don't need that because what is important is how you praise the Lord. Di ba? How you sing along with the congregation in praising the Lord. Yun naman importante. Hindi mo kailangan. Wala namang nagsasabi na, Diyos ko, Pastor, bless na bless ako doon sa tunog ng inyong tugod na drums. Wala namang ganun eh. Di ba? That doesn't happen. Di ba? So, yun. So, remember that, if you mix in the simplest manner, the better. But going back to your situation, ang gawin nyo, yung front of house should concentrate on the front of house. Tapos tamo na, mayroon ba kayo nagmi-mix para sa IEM o yung engineer din yung mixer? Siya lang. Okay. Well, that's a typical, no? Ang sistema naman kasi niyan is that you only use one mixer, right? And pinapadaan nyo lahat yung IEM nyo sa auxiliary? O kinukuha rin ninyo sa main out? Wala. Sorry. Yung point source na Okay. So, ang importante ganito. Ang gawin nyo, if you have extra loudspeaker, maglagay kayo ng 1 o 2. Maski na maliliit lang, maski na anong klaseng loudspeaker. It's not necessarily for monitoring purposes, but you place it, nakaharap naman sa inyo. In other words, you are not using it as a monitor speaker, but you're using it as a side fill speaker for monitor. So lahat nung lumalabas dun sa inyong house, yun din ang ibabato nyo sa sarili nyo. I-control lang ninyo so that hindi magkaroon ng feedback. So yung out ninyo sa mixer, di ba, out ng mixer, kumuha din kayo doon, out, papunta doon sa loudspeaker na 2. So kung ano yung nadidinig nyo sa front of house, yun din na nadidinig nyo sa baba. Pero yung sa baba nyo, ibaba lang ninyo para hindi mag-feedback. Kasi nandun lahat yung mga mikrofono nyo eh. That can work. So yun, ganun lang. And then later on, if you have enough budget or anything else, and you want to go into IEM, or you want to go into additional loudspeakers for monitors, then go right ahead and do it. But meantime, kung ano yung mayroon kayong resources, that's the way to do it. Okay? Solved? Any other? Wala na? Ano, wala na? Sige na, tanong na ninyo. Yes. Sa? Okay, okay. Yung? Lalabas. Mhm. Lakas nung boses o ng instruments. Okay. Yung bang mga instruments ninyo naka-mic in? Hindi. Naka-mic in? In other words, when I say mic in, if this is the loud, if kunwari palagay natin, this is the, no? This is the amplifier. May ganon? Okay, so independent. All right. Okay. Ang sistema niyan ganito. The voices, the vocals, yung mga worship leaders should always be in front. Okay. Burahin natin to. Medyo overtime tayo. Okay lang ba sa inyo? Okay lang? May natututunan kayo. Ang importante sa may natututunan kayo. No, kung habang ginagawa ko to tapos wala kayong natututunan, uwi na tayo. Pero pag may natututunan kayo and you can apply this in your churches, praise the Lord. Okay, so fine. Let's go on. Sabi ko sa inyo, basta when you're talking audio, especially, can you imagine if there will be a lot of audio guys who in front of you and then you come out with these problems, lahat yun magsasalita, naku, walang katapusan. Yan ang sinasabi ko sa inyo. Anyway, okay, if this is your, parang ganyan, di ba? Yes. Hindi. Ang highlight ko lang yung yung lugar na, yung stage, kung saan sila. Naka ano ba kayo? Nakataas? Hindi. Mayroon kayong parang stage? Para dun sa drummer. Okay. So in other words, parang ganito nga. Nasaan, kung kunwari ganyan, okay. Paano nga ba? Patingin nga yung ano mo? Para yung orientation purposes. Hindi, yung ang kukunin ko lang kasi ito eh. Ito pala, ito. Ito, mali. Okay, sandali ha. Ano yun? Yung drummer nyo, nakakulob? Nakakulob ba siya? Open siya. Nasa corner. Okay, so andito siya. No? Ito yung stage, right? Okay. So ito, drummer. Okay. Tapos yung mga worship leaders dito. Ilan? Tatlo. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. All right. So normally, the better position is to put them in front of the stage. Kasi sila yung prompters eh. Sila yung nagko-conduct para doon sa ano eh. The purpose of the worship leaders is to lead the congregation, not to show off. Sinong mga worship leaders dito? Okay. The function of the worship leaders is they conduct or they encourage the congregation to praise and worship. Okay? Hindi to show off. Kasi yung praise and worship part ng ating service, hindi naman yun show eh. We're not showing anything. No? We are leading all the people to worship the Lord. Yun ang main purpose niyan eh. Okay? So, ang importante is that you really lead. You really lead the congregation to sing. All right. So, the best would be here. Saan ang bahista? Dito? Tabi ng drums. So, ang bahista would be somewhere around here. Dito? Ang bahista nandito. Asan ang amplifier niya? Nandun? Saan dito? Saan doon? Andito? Ito, dito. Okay. Alright. Tapos, saan yung mga gitarista? Ilan ang gitarista? Saan? Dito. Magkatabi sila? May amplifiers.
Pero madalas mga amplifiers po kasi is nasa harap
Nilalagay nyo rito? Okay. Saan yung keyboards?
Wala po kami ngayong keyboard.
Wala kayong keyboard. So, ito lang. Alright. Okay.
Tapos yun na po yung nandito po yung isa po namin speaker chila na to.
Okay. So, andito yung isang speaker. Tapos yung isang dito? Aha.
Nasa loob pa po siya ngayon. Bale, parang magkakasama po is nandito
Yeah.
po yung isa po namin speaker tapos katabi po yung dalawang amplifiers po.
Okay. Ilagay niyo yung amplifier sa likod. Okay? Ilagay niyo yung amplifier sa likod. Tapos, itumba niyo yung speaker. Yung gitara, ha? Itapat niyo sa tenga ng mga gitarista. Yes. Well, I'm a guitar player myself. And I belong to a praise and worship group also. Ngayon, hindi lang ako tumutugtog, but I used to be a member of the praise and worship group ng Union Church of Manila. Ganun, every Sunday we play. I play bass, sometimes, mostly I play guitar. Then we sing. No? Yung anak ko nga ngayon, si John sa nasa New Zealand, is a praise and worship leader. Nandun sa C3, sa Auckland. No? But what I'm just trying to say is that tuligin nyo yung gitarista. Yes. That's the point. Kasi pag natutulig siya, bababa siya ng volume eh. So huwag niyo ilalagay sa harap yung ano. Kasi unang-una, pag nilagay nyo na yung loudspeaker sa harap, malakas na yan kasi that's near to the audience. So dapat, yung nandito should be the singers at saka yung front of house nyo. And the other instrument should be at the back. So yung loudspeakers ng gitara, isang amplifier lang yun, di ba? Tatlo? Tatlo ba ang gitarista nyo? Electric guitar? Dalawang electric guitar? Isang halo? Hindi. Dalawang electric guitar. And one bass. Yeah. Okay. Hindi. Kasi normally pag gitarista, you don't, you consider the bass not as a guitar player. Sorry Mga gitarista kasi, pag sinabi mong gitarista ka ba, that means hindi ka bass player. Gitarista lang talaga yun. Okay. But what I'm just trying to say is that ang sistema is that itong bass ninyo, ilagay nyo rin sa sa kanto. Not kanto, but sa wall. As far as it can be. Okay? Tapos, patayuin ngayon, itong bass player, tabi ng kanyang amplifier, or ilayo nyo yan by about 8 feet. Why? Because the wave of the low frequency, is such a huge wave na pag katabi mong gano'n, hindi mo dinig. So habang lumalayo ka, yung wave, lumalaki eh. So pagdating dito, mga 8 feet, more or less, no? Mga 8 feet, biglang, ang lakas pala, ang lakas ko pala. Oo. Kaya ang nangyayari, hindi ba, ang nangyayari, I don't know if it happens to you, no? Nagko-complain yung mga tao, ba't ang lakas ng baho? Sabihin ng bahista, hindi ko naninig eh. Tama? Tama ba? Yes, because ang lapit niya doon sa kanya amplifier eh. Palayuin niyo siya about 8 feet away. So kung kunwari, nandito yung kanyang bass amp, papuntahin niyo siya rito. Tapos the other two guys, nandun lang sila sa likod. Pwede yung isang gitarista nandito, yung isang gitarista doon. Pero ituro nyo, especially yung lead player, ituro nyo yung amplifier in such a way that it's facing up. Para ang nangyayari is that, ito side no? Nakaganon. So ito yung ulo niya, ito yung gitara niya. Diba? Ang sound, lahat punta sa kanya. So ano mangyayari? He's going to tone down. Okay? So ang nangyayari ngayon is dun sa stage in itself, since mahina na lahat, ang lalabas ngayon dun sa front of house nyo, it's more of the vocals. Tapos iangat nyo ngayon yung vocals, palabasin nyo lahat sa front of house. You get it? So, ganon. Normally, it works. Okay? Actually, yung shield, yung drum shield, ang purpose talaga nun, para tuligin yung drummer. Oh, di ba? Kasi kinulog mo siya eh. So, you're containing the sound, pero lumalabas pa rin yung sound, whether you like it or not eh. But since kinulog mo siya, mas malakas sa kanya talaga. So, ano nangyayari? Hihinaan niya yung palo niya. Pero wise yung mga drummers. Kasi, pag nag-headphones sila, ang ginagamit nila, yung closed headphones. Hindi earphones, headphones, malalaki. I don't know if that's what, in some of the churches I've seen ganun eh. So, hindi nila naririnig yung ingay ng kanilang drum kit kasi closed eh. Parang nilagyan mo ng earplug yung kanilang tenga eh. So, hataw pa rin. Ganon. Okay? But the main purpose of those things, ang nipis eh. Ang nipis yung nung plexiglass na ginagamit. So, anymore. Wala na. Okay. So, yes. Ano? Okay, ganito yan. Ang nangyayari kasi doon sa situation na gano'n, there are several factors, no? Number one, manipis nga yung boses niya. Secondly, the microphone that he's using may not be the right type of microphone. In other words, tell the pastor to invest a little bit on the microphone. Go into the more reliable brands, no? My Pro. Well, hindi ako masyadong familiar sa mga models, but My Pro is a good brand, no? So dapat yun okay, walang problema. Siguro position in ear, ano ba siya? Ganito? Oh, akala ko headworn na My Pro. Well, kung ganito, sabihin nyo kay pastor, ilapit niya yung mikrofono niya. Oo nga. Well, the same thing. Kasi like what I showed you earlier, no? Ito yung boses ko, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hanggang magkaroon ng bulto yung boses nung pastora. So yun, sabihin nyo sa kanya na always make sure not to leave the microphone in such a way na lumalayo o humihina o whatever. Nagfi-feedback. Of course, kasi inahabol niyo yung gain eh. The better solution is for you to invest in a My Pro na headworn. Kasi pag kinabit nyo sa kanya yon na wireless, gustong-gusto ba niya maglakad sa get wireless, no? Head worn kasi nakaganyan na yan eh. So mas saan siya tumingin, ganun pa rin ang labas. And then timplahin nyo na sa mixer. So since manipis yung kanyang boses, dagdagan nyo siya na low frequency ng konti. Mid-low actually. Para gumano ng boses. Oo. Okay? So yun. And then tingnan nyo kung ang feedback kasi is not actually caused by high frequency. Contrary to what a lot of people believe in. Ano? Yeah, normally yun ang feedback frequency or about 250. Diyan ang nagkakaroon ng howl. But what I'm just trying to say is that it's better if you invest in a head-worn type microphone for her. Kasi isa lang naman. Ilan ba pastor ninyo? Isa lang. Okay. So since isa lang, make her invest. Hindi naman ang My Pro, it's not really that expensive in terms of price, no? Ang dealer ng My Pro is si Mario Benipayo, Forerunner. Yes. Get in touch with Mario, tell them that I was the one who advised and you ask for discount. Basta sabihin mo lang, sabi ni Mike, sir, bibigyan niyo raw kami ng diskwento. Just mention my name. Sabay ilag. Apat. 15-inch. Pwede na ba yun? Or sobra? Or whatever. Actually, apat is okay. Apat is okay. But then, the way it is that yung pastor, nagpupunta ba siya sa lectern? Merong lectern? Meron siyang ganito? Okay. Tapos yung pastor ba, pag nagdi-deliver siya ng gusto niya marinig yung boses niya? Okay. Ang positioning nun is parang, ang gawin yung positioning, kung apat, yung dalawa, ilagay niyo malapit dun sa lectern. No? Pwede siguro, since that can also help in terms of ilan ang worship leader yung talagang nag-worship leader? Isa lang. Apat. Prompter yung tatlo, yung parang backup, yung isa is yung main. Okay. Ang sistema, if you have your mic stand here, no? Mic stand nandito, kunwari ito, subukan nga natin. Okay. Kung kunwari, I just want to do something. Hello, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Tignan nyo pagkakabitin ko, what happens? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. As compared to 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. If you've noticed, parang nagkaroon ng, iba ang hindi siya masyadong clear, no? As compared to, ito lang. You know why? Mayroong phase cancellation. Yun yung sinasabi ko kanina. Based on the loudspeaker. Yung loudspeaker din kasi ganun But anyway, alright, kung kunwari ako yung worship leader, yung monitor speaker, yung dalawa, ilagay nyo dito. Yung isa nandito, nakaharap sa akin, yung kabilang speaker nandito, paharap sa akin. Oh. Okay. So, ang sistema is that hindi naman yung loudness dun sa stage ang problema. Yun ang problema. Masyado malakas. Okay. Kasi ganito yan. Again, you have to understand loudspeakers. Yung sinasabi ko, kung kunwari ako yung worship leader, the reason why you put 2 loudspeakers na nakaharap sa akin, para ang bato puro sa akin. Kasi dito ako kumakanta So, ang sound nasa akin lang. Tapos yung isa, nandun, para dalawa na tao, yung isa naman banda ron. Okay? So, tapos i-equal nyo ngayon yung ibabalance nyo, yung monitors. The other thing also is bawasan nyo yung bass dun sa monitors. Kasi ang laki na nung ano nyo eh. Ilan? 15? Masyado na malaki. And then babaan nyo yung, yung volume. Here's the thing kasi, kaya nangyayari nun, nilalakasan nyo yung volume kasi masyado silang malayo sa monitor speakers. Again, it's partly of what is called the inverse square law. Na kunwari nandito yung monitors, palagay natin, ito yung monitor, pag nandito ako, mas malakas. So, pero pag nandito ako, mahina. So sabihin ko ngayon, bakit lakasan yung monitor? Hindi ko marinig yung sarili ko. Lakas na kayo ng lakas. Ano mangyayari ngayon sa stage? Feedback. So, ilapit nyo sila, kasi ito, halos highly directional to eh. Itong mga loudspeakers na to are more or less parang directional to a certain extent, although hindi naman. No? But the high frequency kasi is diretso sa tenga, kaya nakadapang gano'n yan eh. Kasi may angle yan eh. Itong ganito is angled towards the head. Ganun yan eh. Kaya ganyan, hindi nakaganon eh. Hindi rin siya nakaganon. Kasi basically, the high compression drivers are supposed to hit my ears. So, ganon. So, palapitin nyo sila where the loudspeaker is. Sumasayaw ba sila? Nagaganon sila? I mean, yeah, it's part and parcel of the worship, di ba? Ganon ba sila o hindi naman masyado? Okay, basta as long as they're near the loudspeakers, it'll be okay. Basta palapitin nyo sila as much as possible. Pero wag naman to the extent na mag-feedback. Kasi once tumaas yung gain nito, feedback na to eh. That's actually the reason why ang itong microphone to is supposed to be cardioid. Kasi dito sa likod, itong likod nito, walang pick-up eh. So, maski na ganun, wala siyang feedback. So, dito, pag palagay natin, ito yung loudspeaker, ito yung hawak, dito sila magkasayaw-sayaw. Huwag lang silang aalis. Pwede silang gumanyan ng konti, gumanyan. Kasi you have to understand that the dispersion of the loudspeaker is actually ganun eh. Di ba? So as much as you can, you put the loudspeaker in such a way that it covers the person. Ngayon, ilan sila? Bali, 4. No? And you have 4 na... So, pwede niyong gawin, tigi-isa sila. But you just have to make sure that they don't go out of the... And then the other thing also that you have to consider is the fact na yung ibang instrumento dapat hindi na ninyo pinapasok sa monitors. Ano? Wag. Tanggalin lahat ng instrumento sa monitors. Kasi it muddles the sound. And not only that, you're actually adding volume eh. No? So the better way of doing it, if you want it that way, is you have your loudspeakers. Wag nyo nang i-mic. Gaano kalaki yung simbahan nyo? Bigger than this? Pero kasi... Okay, open. Open doon. Okay. So, you don't really need... mahaba ba ang congregation? Nasaan? 500. Anong capacity natin, Pastor? Dito? Ito ngayon? 450. See, this is 450. So, in reality, maski na hindi nyo i-mic yung mga instrumento, pwede. Ang gawin nyo lang, i-position nyo yung mga instruments in such a way that yung dispersion is pointing towards the center. Kasi wala naman nakikinig dun eh. So yung amplifier ng gitarista, kung yung may isang gitarista may sariling amplifier dun, papunta ron. Yung isa naman, papunta rito. Yung yung kanyang cab, I'm talking about the cab. So ganon. So binabalansin nyo ngayon without really sacrificing the sides. Kasi wala namang makikinig doon eh. Kailangan mo lang na tumapon lahat nung energy towards the center eh, because that's where your audience is. So ganon. So you don't have to put all the instruments in the monitor speakers. Ginagawa lang 'yun pag malaking-malaki yung simbahan nyo. Like for example, CCF. Yun, kailangan yun. Pero if you only have something like 500 people, anong ginagamit nilang amplifiers? Anong klaseng Marshall? Stacks ba? Ha? Okay. Yung the small ones. Okay, ganun lang. Okay na yun. So, iharap lang ninyo towards the worship team. Kasi, pag hinarap mong ganun, mas madidinig nung worship team yung mga instrumento eh. So, balance eh. Ang gawin nyo, ganito. Pumunta kayo sa gitna, patugtugin nyo sila, tapos pakinggan nyo isa-isa. Ang magaling talagang instrumento is your ears. But you should know how to listen. And you should know what to listen. What to listen to and what to listen for. Dapat ganun ang sistema. Ibabalansin nyo. And then, kung ano yung boses nung grupo, kasi ang purpose ng monitoring speakers, ng monitors, is for the singers to blend. Kasi, kung kunwari kumakanta ako, hindi ko naririnig yung boses niya, hindi ko alam kung tama yung boses ko eh. Kasi there's a possibility, iba yung ginagawa niya eh. There's a point na maaring yung boses na ginagawa ko at saka yung boses na ginagawa niya magsasama eh. So instead of having 4 voices, nagiging 3 voices na lang or 2 voices. So what's the point? That's the reason why you put the monitors. Para habang kumakanta ako, nadidinig ko siya, at saka nadidinig ko whoever is supposed to be singing in my monitor. So I can blend with them. That's the purpose of the monitors. That's actually why it's actually done that way. But I don't need to listen to the instruments. Kasi yung instruments, wala namang pakialam sa pagkanta ko eh. Unless accompaniment. Just to give me yung 2 things. Just to give me the beat, no? Kung tama yung aking beat or tama yung aking tune. So, yung tune, normally, inilalagay mo yung piano or keyboards. Kung wala kayong keyboard, may keyboards ba kayo? Mayroon, yun, keyboard. Right, so maaring ganun na lang, pero ibaba nyo. Huwag masyadong, And then, the other instruments, wag na. Yung bass, wag na din ninyong ilagay. Electronic, di ba yung drums ninyo? Wag nyo rin ilagay. Dapat hindi nakalagay. Kasi nadidinig ninyo na sa sa front of house eh. Mababa kasi yung frequency nun eh. Okay, so the way to do it, you give him his own monitor. Maski na. Kasi iba yung dagundong. Kaya mayroon silang meron yung parang earthquake chair na tinatawag nila. May speaker na yung drum throne na pag nakaupo ka ron, nagbabibrate. Kasi yun ang gusto ng drummer. Yun. So, the better way of doing it is you put a monitor speakers right beside him para sa kanya lang. Diba? So, ganun. I mean, there are a lot of solutions actually. It's just a matter of understanding how things are supposed to be in the, Okay? Any other? Wala na? Wala na. Solve na lahat ng problema nyo. Okay. Kasi medyo nag-overtime na tayo. Okay lang pa? Okay pa rin ba kayo? Pastor, okay pa rin ba? We continue? Oo nga eh. Oo nga eh. Siguro, kung mga 5:30, pwede pa ba? Because I just want to go over itong mixing. Oo. No? Real fast. Okay. So, ito kasi, this is not my idea. It's actually the idea of this guy, si Juan Manuel Tae. And he's a professional front-of-house mixer. Ang sabi niya ganun, the way to do it, you start with the drummer kasi siya ang pinakamalakas eh. And then, a drummer has an acoustic, very loud instrument kasi he does not have a volume pot anywhere. And he can't turn it down. As a matter of fact, kasi siya yung nagbibigay ng beat eh. Siya nagbibigay ng kumbaga ano siya, nagbibigay ng tempo dun sa music, no, sa hall. Whether it be inside a nightclub or inside a church or inside whatever, no? Yung ganon. Tapos, sabi niya ganon, unang-una, ang gawin nyo, papaluin nyo siya. Like I said, ang gawin nyo is that if you can try and do it, use 2 microphones. Isang overhead microphones na condenser at saka isang kick. Okay? So papaluin nyo siya. Habang pumapalo siya, huwag niyong lagyan ng PA. Papaluin nyo lang siya. Pakinggan nyo. Okay? Kung ano yung lakas ng kanyang, kaya that's actually the reason why he said half a minute, 30 seconds. Kasi from there, malalaman mo na kung ano yung hataw niya eh. Kung gaano kalakas yung hataw. Pagkatapos nun, isusunod mo ngayon yung bass player. Yung bass player kasi may sariling cab yan eh. Unless of course, ipapasok mo siya inline. Naka-inline siya, that's a different story. And normally, ang mga bass players kasi gusto nila, mayroon silang cab na katabi. Kasi yun ang nagbibigay yung kanilang bass beat eh. Okay? So, patugtugin yung bass player. Kung kunwari, ang situation is that you have a bass player who's got a cab. Meron siya amplifier sa tabi niya. Ibabalansin mo ngayon yung lakas ng kanyang bass dun sa lakas ng drummer. Without amplification. Lahat ito walang amplification. Walang front of house. Forget the front of house first. Okay? You are balancing the instruments in the stage. Pagkatapos nun, dapat yun solid na yung tunugan, yung mag-asawang drums at saka bass. Mag-asawa kasi yan eh. Dapat yung bass mo, yun ang ilalim. Yung jig, nandun sa taas. So pag nagsama yung jig at saka ang labas ng zug, pag tama yung balance mo. Yung kick kasi will take care of the higher frequency and yung bass will take care of the lower frequency. And by then, by just balancing the two, by ear lang yon, wala kang sa lang yon, dito lang sa stage. Parang nag-equalize ka na without touching the board. Okay, so balance na. Okay, taken for granted, balance na. Ang susunod ngayon, rhythm section. Lagay nyo yung piano, lagay nyo yung gitara and everything else, and then you balance them again. You balance them from the amplifier. Here's the question. Will the engineer or the technician be allowed to touch the instruments of the praise and worship? Away yan eh. I've seen that a lot of times, a lot of churches. No? Palaging nag-aaway yung dalawa. Sabi niya, hindi kasi nasa inyo yung control eh. Dapat kayo ang magbalanse eh. Dito yung lakas namin eh. When it comes to the front of house, the one who is in charge of the front of house is the one mixing. So siya dapat ang may right na sabihin niya doon sa gitarista, boss, masyado malakas yung gitara mo. Boss, ganito yan. Pihitin mo ng konti, ganyan. I've seen that in action. There was this Australian guy, ang tumugtog dito sa Pilipinas, it's a local band. Banda nung may-ari ng 19 East. Sila Pido. Pangalan nung banda nila? It's a very good band. But anyway, kasi dinemo nila yung loudspeakers. And the Australian engineer was sent over here to the Philippines to demo the loudspeakers. They're actually anong loudspeakers yun? Anyway, basta loudspeakers. Okay. Ngayon, ang ginawa niya, itong sistemang to, nilapitan niya muna, inisa-isa niya yung amplifiers ng bawat tinono niya, siya mismong naggaganon. Pero you have to do it in a very nice way. Huwag naman yung, mali yung ginagawa. Huwag naman yung ganon. Kasi you have to understand that the sound guy and the members of the praise and worship team, you're actually a team. Hindi kayo magkahiwalay. It's never like that. You're supposed to be a team. And your purpose is there to make the sound good. So that the performance in the stage is very good. The sound of the hall is very good. And the people, the congregation, who are the main worshipers in reality, hindi yung banda eh. Wala namang pakialam yung banda eh. Tanggalin nyo yung banda, it doesn't matter. Basta nag-worship yung mga congregation, that's good enough. And the Lord sees that. See, as members of the praise and worship team, you should always put into mind that you're singing not because you have the skills, but you're singing because you are serving the Lord. Always put that in mind. Wag yung, hindi, magaling akong singer eh. Ano ngayon? You are supposed to be using your talents to serve the Lord. And that was given to you. Ibinigay yun sa inyo. Kaya you share it with the people, with the congregation. Kasi there was a time, there was one church, one big church. Yung praise and worship nila, naging show. With mga choreography and everything. May uniforme pa. And then napansin ng mga tao, sabi, ano ba to? Show na ba ito? O... Hindi lang yun. Ang nangyari doon, because of what is happening, naging show nga, the congregation was not singing anymore. Asan na yung praise and worship? And finally, the elders and the pastor of the church realized na muna, there's something wrong. Tinawag ngayon, they were all fired out. It was only then. Kasi naging show. But that's not the purpose. Di ba? Hindi yun ang purpose eh. It doesn't matter. What is important is that you are actually leading the congregation to a praise and worship. And of course, by doing that, dapat nasa tono ka. Dapat tama yung pagkanta mo. Everything has to come from the heart. Hindi yung porke magaling kang drummer, magaling kang gitarista. Di ba? I've seen drummers na pagdating sa praise and worship, lahat puro ganun, puro solo. Parang, tamo na, ikaw bang nagli-lead o yung worship leader? Tapos, tanggalin nga yung drums. Yan ang usual problem with praise and worship. I should know that because I'm a member of a praise and worship team myself. And I've seen praise and worship teams na ganun na nangyayari. Nagsisisihan. So you're all a team. Dapat magkakasama kayo palagi. So, going back, dapat yung engineer should know exactly what to listen for and he has to suggest, pare, pwede ba natin gawing bawasan natin ng konti yung bass, yung bass ng treble, kunwari, ang tone, di ba, yung gano'n. Sa bass, tone, mid, saka highs, di ba, bawasan natin. Masyadong matinis kasi. And sabihin naman, sige, okay ba ito? So, pag nagkakaintindihan kayo, madali. There's no problem. So, babalansin nyo. So, again, it goes back here. Up to now, no PA. It's still silent. So, balansin na lahat. With yung lead volume, we're talking about volume here, with the lead volume of the drum kit. Alright? After that, yung gitaristang, the guitar god, the guy who comes out with all the leads and everything else. Ang sistema kasi ganito, yung ibang gitarista kasi hindi marunong mag-control ng volume. Pag nag-lead sila, yung volume nila ng lead, pareho nung kanilang volume ng rhythm. It should not be. Pag nagre-rhythm ka, dapat naka-pull back. Kaya mayroong volume control sa iyo eh. O mayroong kang pedal eh. No? In my case, what I use is my volume control. Pag nagre-rhythm ako, binababaan ko yung tinatanggal ko yung instead of using the neck, instead of using the pickup sa bridge, lalagay ko sa neck para humina ng konti. Tapos, yung timpla ko talaga doon, mahina talaga yung neck pickup. So pag switch ko ng neck, baba yung... Tapos, as lead, kasi mayroon naman akong rhythm guitar player who's actually continuously playing the rhythm anyway. Pads lang yung ginagawa ko. Jing, gring, gring, ganun lang yun. Ting, 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 ganun lang. Tapos, tang, tung, tarang, tang, ganun lang. Kasi you're supposed to be just filling in yung mga butas ng music. Di ba? Dapat yun, nagli-lead ka in between the voices because voice is king. Alright? So, the guitar god. So, make him do yung lead. Kasi pag nag-lead siya, halos ang volume ng gitara niya should be as high as the voice volume. Pero pag nag-rhythm na siya, dapat baba yun. Okay? Kaya sabi niya rito, sabi niya ganon, although yung 30 watt amp is still controllable or 50 or 80 no na pangalan to na hindi ditubo, it is important that everything is controllable. Okay? So once all those things are balanced, the next step is, see, only now that you have a good natural mix in the stage, where everybody hears everything on stage and at some of the tables in the audience, kasi ang pinag-uusapan niya rito is nightclub na maliit. No? Ganon, you start opening up the faders one by one. So itataas mo na ngayon. Gagamit ka na ng amplification. Alright? So balance na. And ito importante, with closed eyes, we can easily point a finger at each individual instrument. Each sound good, but narrow. Narrow kasi hindi pa siya widespread. But once you open it up sa faders, lalaki na yung tunog. Alright? Now, once that is done, then, ayan, ito yan. It strengthens, it widens, no? Now, at a certain point, okay, now we have a balanced controlled mix. You try to fix, okay. And then vocal mics. Now, this is it. I don't believe that the worship leader, the main leader, should have a higher volume than the rest. Dapat ang volume ng worship leader should be the same as the volume of the first voice, second voice, third voice, fourth voice. Pare-pareho dapat ang level. Why? Because once nagkanta na kayo, no? Dapat yun halos pare-pareho, pantay-pantay ang boses nyo. Kasi as a chorus, your voices have to be heard the same way. Unless, of course, your worship leader is the solo leader. Like Kuli Desma, for example. And yung tatlo are only backup singers. Pag ganon, ang purpose nyo, fine. Make the voice of the worship leader the highest, no? But if not, kasi hindi naman siya bida Wala namang ganon sa praise and worship Kung hindi siya bida, pantay dapat yung boses niya sa the rest of the singers. Now, this is the secret. What happens now is that you, as singers, ito importante to, should be able to control your volume. Not in terms of singing loud or medium or low or whatever, but in terms of holding the microphone. For example, if I am singing and I'm doing the vocal lead, I probably would be singing this way. But if I am doing the backup, I'd probably sing here. You get it? It's simple. See, in that way, the engineer does not need to fiddle with the faders. In the first place, ikaw yung kumakanta Alam mo kung kailan ka papasok, alam mo kung gaano ka kalakas, and nadidinig mo yung mga kapitbahay mo Napansin mo na mahina siya, ikaw malakas, hindi lumayo ka. In my monitor speakers That's the reason why the monitor speakers are supposed to be placed in there. So that you can hear each and every one to be equal in terms of loudness, in terms of volume. Okay? Does it make sense? Yeah, exactly. Kasi you are actually doing the performance and see, you're part of the team. And if you're a member of the team, anong dapat gawin mo? Be a part of the team. Which means, kasama ka, sumali ka. Hindi yung, hindi ako sarili kong boses Yung iba kasi ganun Hindi ako narinig Di lalakasan ko yung boses ko. O palalakasan mo sa engineer or whatever. And then, lakasan na lahat. Sasabihin naman ng isa, tamo na, hindi ako narinig. Palakas naman. Mamaya, feedback na. Problema na kayo. Di ba? That normally happens. So, dapat ibalansin nyo yung sarili nyo. Actually, the worship leader should also know how to handle the mic. For example, if he's singing solo and the others are not singing at all, lumapit siya sa mic. But pag kumanta na lahat, yung kasama yung tatlo, since me as a worship leader should balance myself with the rest of everybody else, back off na ako. Correct? Kasi kumakanta siya, kumakanta ako siya. So yung total number of volume nun, although plus 3 lang, malakas yun. Correct? Yun. So, yun. Pag nakuha na ninyo ngayon yun, with the vocals up front, about 60%, instrumentation, 40%, and everything is balanced, then, that's it. Now, how do you mix? Do not equalize. Okay, do not touch the equalization. Never touch the equalization first. Pag na-balance nyo na yun with the faders up, and the first thing that you should do is after balancing the stage, the next step is to balance them by the faders. Hindi yung ginagawa nila sa, di ba, yung snare nga, dog, equalize. See, the problem is this. When you do that, you are introducing phase cancellations. And when you introduce phase cancellations, you're actually introducing problems. That's the point. You are now tampering the natural sound. As much as you can, you want a natural sound. So why do you have to fade ano? Anong ginawa ng engineer? Sinabi niya, sige, tugtog ka muna. So paano niya binalanse? By itself, natural. Tapos isinama niya yung bass, natural din. Okay, so the next thing to do is to balance. You put up the faders one by one. Balance. Do not touch the equalizers. Okay, here's the secret. If you want, let's start with the voices. If you want the voice to stick out, in other words, kunwari praise and worship leader ka, kung gusto mo yung boses na lumabas talaga, kasi siya yung main voice anyway, then you add highs or you add equalization on the highs or the mids. If you want everybody to blend, you remove the highs. Remember that. That's a very important equalizer technique. Hindi yung ini-equalize nyo lahat. Sometimes it works to a certain extent. Kasi ang equalizer is a volume control. That's one thing that you have to understand. It's a volume control, yet the difference is that the volume is very specific frequency. For example, yung bass. Yung bass naman, kung kunwari i-equalize nyo, hindi naman pumapasok, wala namang highs ang bass eh. So pagdating ng siguro mga 500 hertz, dapat tanggal na lahat eh. 500 hertz up. Kasi gusto mo lang naman yung ilalim. Ngayon, kung nag-i-slap siya, pwede mong dagdagan siguro ng higher frequency. Siguro mga hanggang 1, 2K, 2.5K. See? Each instrument kasi, mayroong sariling frequency. Ang rhythm guitar, ang hollow guitar, for example, does not have a frequency of a bass guitar. Iba yung size eh. Iba yung string. So, pagdating sa hollow guitar, pagdating ng mga 200 hertz, dapat tanggal na. Kasi when you mix all these frequencies together, what you're adding is noise and mud. So, ang gulo ng tunog. If you want your sound to be crisp and really clear, then you use the equalizer primarily to remove the mud. Kaya ang sinasabi lang lahat ng mga tao ngayon, ng mga nagmi-mix, always do a deductive type of equalization. Alam niyo yun, no? Instead of adding, you remove. For example, you want the highs to stick out. Ang mangyayari, instead of adding highs, what you do is you remove the lows. Okay? But it does not necessarily mean that you cannot add highs. Kaya nga nandun yun eh, because that's really the work of what the equalizer does. Actually, that's another discussion in reality. Okay, so naka-fader na lahat, and then isa-isa nyo ngayong equalize. Pero balance na. But you have to understand that when you're adding equalizer or removing equalization, you're removing certain or adding certain volume. Kaya dapat i-adjust nyo yun so that you remain balanced. Okay, here's another one. What happens now to the gain? Itong usual mistake eh. Makikita mo, yung fader nasa kalahati lang or nakataas yung fader dito sa main fader, pagkatapos yung kanyang master nandun, mga 2. Ano yun? Eh, sa mixing, mayroong 0 eh. Dapat nandun lahat yung mga faders eh. Okay? Now, here's the misconception. The usual misconception is that ang gagawin ng iba, ibabalansin nila yung gain tapos itataas yung faders, no? Ganon. Minsan, ang ginagawa nila ngayon, kinokontrol yung gain, kinokontrol yung faders. Now, the gain, konting pihit mo, iba ang lakas o iba ang hina. Gain kasi yan eh. That's the reason why it's called gain, because you are gaining volume. Okay? Yung fader is what it's called. Fader. The reason why it's fader is because habang binababa mo yan, nag-fade. So yung volume nito, yung tulong nito, at saka yung tulong doon, magkaiba ang function. Ako, personally, what I do, I place the faders in such a way that they're almost in the middle, nasa zero. With your master volume, almost at zero also. And then I control the gain. So nasa unity gain ako palagi. Why? Because unity gain is the place where the mixing board is supposed to be very clean and efficiently working. Okay? Now, this is the thing. There are some other schools of thought naman na the way to do it daw talaga is that first you have to adjust the gain. Okay, if you want to do it that way, patayin mo lahat ng faders, alright? Pakinggan mo yung signal na pumapasok, timplahin mo dun sa gain, taas mo yung gain, pero hindi ilalabas mo sa output. Tignan mo yung pre-fade listening. Pre-fade means that pre is before, kasi post, dalawa yan eh. Pre-fade at saka post-fade. Yung pre-fade, that means it goes before the fader in itself. Post-fade, that means tapos na nung pag tinaas mo yung fader, pag minonitor mo doon, pag pinindot mo yung button na yon, ang naririnig mo, yun ang gagaling sa fader. Yung isa naman, yung nanggagaling lang doon sa gain, hindi doon sa fader itself. So the way to do it is kukunin mo yung signal, papakinggan mo, ititimplay mo yung gain, pero yung fader sa kababa, pindutin mo yung pre-fade. Hanggang makita mo yung VU meter in such a way na it's within the accepted level. Dapat hindi pula. Pwedeng yellow if you want. But as much as you can, just maintain it. Kasi pag pinag-add mo lahat yan, tataas yun yan. You're adding volume eh. Ganun ang sistema. Okay? You can actually do it that way. And then, when that is done, na more or less, komportable ka na, then you start putting up the faders. And then, after that, bawas ng konti sa gain kasi may effect yung fader eh. Until yung fader mo is almost right in the middle. Okay? So, ang importante is that you do not equalize first. What you always do is you balance first. With the voice really out. And then you equalize slowly. Okay? And then after doing all those, you can start putting in your other effects. Like for example, gagamitan ko ba ng compressor? Gagamitan ko ba ng delay? Gagamitan ko ba ng ganito? Whatever you want. So isa-isa yun and they adjust accordingly. Okay? Everybody more or less understands what I'm talking about? Yes or no? Yung mga nagmi-mix siguro naiintindihan, ano? But yung praise and worship, what is important naman is when you're singing, you just have to make sure that you control the volume of your voice. Not in terms of the loudness. Pwede rin naman ganun. Pero ang problema kasi nun, pag yung kinokontrol mo yung volume ng boses mo, kunang naman ng bulto. Wala yung expression. Kaya the better way of doing it is you control it by making use of the distance of your microphone from your mouth. And just make sure that you're listening to the other people in the group. There is one, nakakatawa nga eh, there's one supposedly very good mixer in a church. And lahat ng nakakausap ko na praise and worship, palagi sinasabi nila, Sir, bakit ganun? Pag si ganito ang nagmi-mix, yung boses ko hindi ko naririnig. Yung pala we found out, pag nakarinig siya ng third voice, tinatanggal niya. So ang lumalabas, 2 voices lang. And they're 5. Parang, so, nakakahiya naman sabihin sa kanya. Baka sabihin niya bakit ka nagmamarunong ganito ako mag-mix eh. Kasi yung mga praise and worship team, palagi niya sinasabi, Sir, bakit ganun? Yung boss ko, hindi ko na, sinasabi nga nung pamilya ko, yung boss ko raw, hindi naririnig. Yeah, kasi wala eh. Wala naman talaga eh. Nandun yung fader out, pero naka-off. Oh. Kawawa naman, no? Kasi for him, the third voice is, pangalan to, wala sa tono. Well, I don't really know, no? It probably is. Maaring yung singer is out of tune. Kasi pag nasa third voice ka na, iba na yan eh. Pag magkamali ka ng konting wala sa tono, talagang wala sa tono eh. Yung gano'n eh. Especially yung mga minors mo, majors mo, pag kumanta ka na minor, major pala yung chord, talaga wala sa tono. So, pati yung pati yung fourth, at saka yung fifth voice, wala. Ganun pala. Ngayon, itong nakakatawa. Because now they're using what is called backing tracks. A lot of churches are now doing this. Backing tracks. No? Backing tracks are basically parang -1. Alam niyo yun? Ang gagawin ng banda, before the church service, i-record nila yung kanta. Ang narinig lang nila, click track. Doon sa kanilang IEM. Kaya ngayon, karamihan naka-IEM eh. Narinig nila yung click track, nadidinig nila yung instruction ng musical director. Kaya hindi mo na naririnig yung, there are some churches, hindi mo naririnig yung bandang tak, 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 tak. Wala na yun. Kasi yung beating nandito na. Naririnig na nila doon sa backing track. So, pag nadinig lang, 1, 2, 3, 4, sila lang nakakarinig nun. 1, 2, 3, 4, tapos pipindutin nung musical director, yung tak, 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 yun narinig nila yun. So, kakanta sila ngayon. No? Kakantahin nila yung song without the instruments. O pwedeng na maglagay sila ng piano, pwedeng maglagay sila ng other instruments and everything else. Nililayer ngayon nila. Nililayer nila ngayon. Kaya ang laki ng tunog. Actually, sandali ha. I don't know if it's gonna come out fine. I just don't know kung mangyayari. It's a very good technique. Tignan natin kung ano ha. Pakinggan nyo. Pakinggan nyo. Pakinggan nyo.
Thanks be to God. Here we go.
Listen to the vocals. Alam niyo kung ilang kumakanta? 4. But ang laki ng tunog. Tignan yung instrumentation. Yung isa nag-keyboard. By the way, that's my son. Praise and worship leader, C3, Auckland, New Zealand. He's the one playing the guitar. He's the only Filipino there that part of the praise and worship. But what I'm just trying to say is they're using backing tracks. Kaya ang laki ng tunog nila. 4 lang silang kumakanta. Main, isang babae, yung isang kalbo, at saka yung isang keyboard. Sila lang yung kumakanta, pero ang dami lang parang kumakanta. Why? Because they layered. May second voice, third voice, fourth voice, fifth voice, sixth voice, eighth voice, whatever voice. Tapos, keyboards, ang dami rin. May strings, mayroong trumpets, mayroong whatever. Kaya ang laki ng tunog. Minus the drums, minus the guitar, the lead guitar, because my son was the one playing the lead guitar. Yung ganun. But what is important is that the sound in itself is solid. You know, nag-text nga siya sa akin kahapon. Ano ba ngayon? Today is Saturday, no? Last Sunday. Ang guest nila dun sa church, si Pastora, Darlene Sheck. Lahat daw sila, talagang nga. But anyway, what I'm just trying to say is that it can be done. Kaya lang, you have to study it. Dapat, at saka isa pa, you have to have a recording. You have to have a mixer that records. So, you know, but these are the more advanced techniques. Okay, so ang operation is, what is important in mixing is that everything is balanced. And then of course, you observe the levels, 85 to about 100 dB. Because more than that, minsan nakakatulig na eh. Especially for the old people. And normally the old people are the ones sitting in front eh. So sila yung binabato mo ng sound. Yun. Okay, so any questions so far? Your chance. Wala? Yes. Power amp for the mixer? Tapos, powered mixer. Wait, can you siguro use the microphone? Hindi ko masyado marinig eh. Maintindihan. Ano?
Yung sa amin po kasi yung mixer namin, pumapalin na po siya, hindi na po siya, wala na sa prime days na. So,
Okay.
ang inisip po namin is meron po kami dalawang mixer. Yung isa po, hindi niya po kayang i-power yung speakers. So, parang,
Powered mixer.
power mixer siya.
Okay.
And then, nag-doubt po kami kasi kung worth it po ba kung mag-upgrade ng gamit, i-dispatch na po or hindi na po gagamitin yung powered mixer, gagamitin na po ng power amp, and then para ma-power yung speaker, and then gagamit na lang ng
Tama na sandali, yung speaker may power.
Yes po.
Powered, so active speaker. Passive yung speaker.
Yes
nyo.
po.
Pero yung ginagamit yung mixer is powered. Meron siyang amplifier.
Yes po.
Okay.
Pang all-in-one po siya.
Ngayon, ang gusto nyo gawin is bibili kayo ng amplifier to power the speakers.
For the sake
The
na lang,
loudspeakers.
for the sake na lang for the ma-power na lang po siya, power supply na lang niya.
Okay. Power supply?
Gano'n na lang po yung parang namin.
Okay. The way it is, you can actually still use, if that's your plan, you can buy the powered the power amplifier. But if you're going to use your mixer as mixer, do not use the power amplifier of the mixer.
Currently po kasi ganun po ang sistema kaya currently ganun po yung sistema, ginagamit po namin yung powered mixer. And then yung powered mixer po, yun po yung
lalabas papunta dun sa power amplifier.
wala pa pong power amplifier po.
You cannot. Kasi ang mangyayari ngayon dun, yung output kasi ng power amplifier na nandun sa powered mixer is synonymous to your loudspeaker. Pag ikinabit mo yun, dinaan mo uli sa parang sinisiris mo sa power amplifier, you can actually do that, but then it might create more problems. So the better way of doing it, if you really intend to buy a power amplifier to power your mixers, your loudspeakers, ang sistema is that gagamitin niyo yung mixer, pero iba-bypass nyo yung power ng mixer.
Bali,
kukunin nyo yung out, yung auxiliary out or master out diretsyo dun sa power amplifier na bago. Tapos yung power amplifier na pupunta ngayon sa loudspeakers. Ngayon, how to choose a loudspeaker and a power amplifier. Dapat yung power nung amplifier nyo should be times 3.
so hindi po dapat exact or like
Pag
ayoko na-
exact, nagkakaroon ng ano yan, ng square wave.
dahil
Walang
sa-
juice.
sa
Kulang. Wala siyang
efficiency.
headroom. So, ang mangyayari ngayon yan, kung eksakto yun, pag kailangan mo ng volume, di-distort na yun. Kasi pinipiga mo yung amplifier eh.
ano na,
Ang kailangan mo, yung nasa 2 o'clock ka lang, that's not a volume that's actually attenuator. Parang, it's also a volume control, but it's really more, not an output, but it's more of an input. Volume control para makontrol mo yung papasok doon sa amplifier. But ang rating normally should be 3 times. If that's 250 watts, times 3.
okay po.
Okay? Pwede siguro times 2.
Pwede po,
Pero, wag bababa.
pwede po ipakita ko po yung namin setup po sa inyo.
Yeah, ano yan, paano yan?
Kasi po, ito yung, sorry. Ito po yung speaker po pala namin. Pero,
Ilang watts to? Ano ka lang 200. Continuous. Ang program niya 400 watts. Okay, so continuous at 200 watts. So siguro mga 600.
na times 2 po.
No. 600 na per channel. You get it? Stereo yan di ba? Yung power amplifier, stereo. One is 600, the other one is 600. Dapat. Kasi times 2 So it's either times 2 or times 3. Better actually if it's times 3. Hindi sasabog yun. Ang loudspeakers is capable of handling the peaks. I'm talking about the peaks, yung pataas 20 times. 20 times. Kaya nagkakaroon ng distortion, kaya nasusunog yung mga high compression drivers and everything else. Kasi kulang. Kulang yung signal na pinuput out niya. So the way to do it is it's either times 2 or 2.5 or 3.
Ang setup po namin po ganito. Yung mixer po na isa, yung powered na mixer na kaya mag-supply ng power sa speaker, and then para makapaglabas po kami, may isa pa pong mixer na nakuha po yung mic receiver, and then pagka input ng mic po, and then ibabato niya po yung from main, tapos sisenda lang sa may speaker po na tawag.
No, dapat ang sistema nun, if you have